Feels, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope your concert was good. And I'm sure it was good. I am sure it was. How's everything? I had a question for you, which is pretty good that you're here first, early. Um, I mean, it's not really a question, but it's a bit of a statement. That I don't know. There's something that we forgot. Mm. Let me spam Discord first, and then I'm gonna explain, ask, showcase what I'm talking about because it's kind of important in a way. Not really, but kinda. So, we're gonna go straight to it because why not? The main issue that we have that I didn't think about is on your curve specifically. Is here. So if I have multiple servers, and let's say I'm part of like, I don't know, 16 servers, something, it will go past this point. However, if you just have a regular mouse, you can't scroll horizontally. Uh, that's not a thing. So if you have a trackpad, you can, and if you're me, you have the sidebar thing, but I don't know what we can do because we have the drag and drop to reorder. So in the beginning, I was like, should we drag and drop the entire thing? Should we have an arrow on this side? I think it should be an arrow on this side. Um, but yeah, it's just I thought about it last week, and then I said to myself, I need to tell Phils about it because it's important, and then I forgot. And just before stream, I was like, don't forget this time. So that's the thing. Cybersec, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? So yeah, so that's a thing. The easiest of thing is to add um, a teeny tiny chevron on the side. So basically, what I have in my head right now is when we have the current page two, not page two, yes, page two here. When we have the current um when we have the current things that is right there, the easiest version of the fix is within our gradient transition thing that is in there. Simply have the chevron option right on top, like right about here. So it should be, could be. Lock it, what going? Um, Come on. It to me, it would be something kind of like this, where you just have that slides in from the side, probably a bit tinier than this. Um, but yeah, that's kind of the idea that I have. Not necessarily the best of ideas, but it is an idea, and it could work. It could work. We never know. We never know. I don't know exactly how you can make the scroll work, but I mean, if you can make the scroll work, I'm all for it. Not gonna complain about that. Larkham, how are we doing on the meds on that first week? Are we good with the meds? Is everything is fine? Is everything is fine? Good job, me. Is everything fine? Are all things good? Yeah, I mean, it's been a week. It's been a week. We need to know. We need to have some initial first week, some data. The data is useful. So yeah, that was in my head. Feels the fact that you know that it is an easy fix. That's really good. Um, and that's kind of the idea that I have. It's very simple. It's rudimentary, but it will work. And To me, it is better than making the header in question horizontally scrolling if you scroll vertically, because that's an option as well, where you can just say, well, if the user is scrolling, then we're just scrolling horizontally because on that specific spot we are on the horizontal scroll. But it feels kind of weird. Most people have the expectation that vertical scroll is going to vertical scroll, and therefore, if we change their habits, it's going to be kind of uh, yeah, kind of weird. So yeah, impressive result at first, and a bit less day after day. Cool. That means um, I don't know exactly what your dosage is and how much you have been supposed to be taking. Is it like one on Monday, one every day? I don't know. But it might be something where the fall off is longer and therefore you see less results in the beginning. Or it might just be you are getting used to normal behavior, which is not normal, but you know, that thing. You're wrong. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How you did is the thing not dropping? Is the drop not dropping? Is that what's happening right now? It seems to be what I see. It seems to be what I see. Let me let me fix that. Let's try again. Cool. Fuck. Yeah, damn. Congrats. 97.26 is pretty impressive. Holy shit. Let me uh let me reset the others just in case, because we never know. It could be better if we just have that. That bumps, it's one of the first time where we have that many bumps at the same time. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I think I'm gonna need to do that right now, otherwise I'm gonna forget. That's gonna be bad. I mean, sometimes bumping OG makes sense. Right, well, come on in. Um, just wait for the next target, you know. What do you mean? Can you implement the dropping queue? I can't do shit about the game. That's the thing. It's not my game. If I did what Stony wanted me to do, which I didn't, obviously, um, we would have a drop game made by me for that stream specifically, which would allow other things and so on. Uh, but that's not the case. That is not the case. So we'll see. Mm. Mm. Yeah, I think you're gonna make it as well. God damn. God damn, that's a landing target apparently. That's what it is. At 69.24 is pretty good. We like it. We like it. The thing that Stony has requested is basically having the ability to drop images and drop other things. And Stony, hi, we're calling 310 today, I think. Something like that. Um,
Stony underscore Eagle just resubscribed for 51 months. Take this streamer.
God damn. Not 310. 50, 50, 51. 51. Holy shit. That's a long time. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. God, 51 is crazy. Ah, that's not working. Um, damn, I'm impressed by 51. I mean, I know we have 51 weeks in a year, which is like basically as if you subscribed every week for 1 year. That's crazy. I don't know how to count in months. So, it happens. Other than that, almost 52, indeed. Indeed. I don't know how to count. Don't worry about it. And yes, that's the game in question. Like that's the thing. But we don't have anything in there that allows us to change the settings much. Um, like the settings are already in place. That's what I'm saying. Um, but yeah, like I don't know. What does Q drop means or does? Hmm. Oh, I did not know. It's text based. I didn't read. I see. So if I Q drop, I guess it's me. Um, if well, Stony Q drops, and then if people are dropping, everyone is getting stacked, and then when everyone is in there, we can start drop, and that is supposed to send everyone at the same time. Is that the ID? Is that the concept in question? I think it is. It is. Well, damn. Try it. Congrats. 9972 is, I think, one of the records that we have seen. That is impressive. Yeah, congrats on that. You can take a picture. You can take a picture of yourself right there if you want to. If you want to screenshot your fucking record on this one, goddamn. The thing is, I mean, the sad thing is, the leaderboard for the top scores, for some fucking reason, don't showcase or don't show up, and I don't know what happened, why it happened, why is this section not showing, and yeah, it's supposed to be there. It used to be there. We used to have Larkham in there in the beginning, and I remember that, but it's for some reason it's just like not there. And even if we do that, like it's not showing. So I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it's something that is related to the ad blocker, but the ad blocker is not running, and um we don't have anything. That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know how it works or why it doesn't work specifically. So yeah, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. However, I forgot something. I have a bit of a good news in a way, that is related to the iPad usage, and basically with the new device hub from Xcode 27, we have the ability to show the iPad on screen, and then I can use the iPad in my hands. So we could have draw explanation and things happening. So let me just show you what I have so far because it's useful. It is useful. Um, Another channel allows redeem channel points to start a queue drop. Wait a minute with auto message saying X seconds remaining. Add several intervals, then automatically drops everyone. I see. That's interesting. I don't know if I would go to that length just because I'm lazy, but why not? Don't fall down. So the thing in question is if we use the device hub right here and we have the iPad that is loaded, it's supposed to it's supposed to load the iPad directly, which is really cool. And then from here, we have access to stuff like Procreate. And then I can show you some of the note taking that I've been doing and some of the presentations that I've been doing and so on, to, you know, do some reviews like this because these are pretty useful. And I do have the ability to then just take the iPad and do some changes on my own and just have fun and take notes, show notes, whatever. So for example, I've been doing some reviews of the preview map and have some pretty good feedback from myself to myself and showcasing that on stream could be an interesting thing to explain why I have made these decisions of highlighting some sections and so on. So I think this is going to be pretty useful. I don't know. I don't necessarily know if it's going to be really useful or not really useful. It's just like right now, I do feel like this is something that is pretty good. It also helps because if for some reason I was taking notes and saying things like, I don't know, this section, God damn it, this section right here needs to have more design. I could. And it's you can see things, you can see my awful handwriting right there because I hate writing on the fucking iPad with that brush specifically. But it's an option. I think it's a pretty good thing. I think it's gonna be pretty useful in the future and show that we have something that is potentially a bit more interactive. And specifically, if I can open like one of your files and say, um, I don't know, we were talking about this thing specifically, I can just annotate and specify things in a better way than what we currently are doing. So that's a good thing. But also, even though a bit more complex, potentially, I don't know, debatable. But if for some reason I was the type of saying, we need this to be transparent or we need this to be a green screen, and then we green screen the entire iPad on top of the stream, that could be a thing as well. Because capturing this view through OBS directly is also an option. So I have a feeling that this is a potentially good thing. I don't know. Um, but why not? So yeah, that's the kind of win that I have, which I think is good. But yeah. Um, so the thing that you're not getting is that if I don't want this and I just put the iPad on the side, I can still interact with shit from here with the mouse and pointer. So if I really want to have like zoom and pinch and so on using the trackpad, this is an option. Highlighting the correct thing, going into the layer, doing some things there like that that's a pretty good thing. The only thing that is not necessarily good is that the backtrack, like what just happened right here, is not good. Like I just did some changes in a place where it shouldn't have happened, um, but it's just there on the side. So that's not even within universal control. You don't really have access to that. That's the thing. Um, you could port with sidecar, but you wouldn't have had the ability to control uh, and showcase at the same time. Like that's it's the showcase that is not an option, because if I go onto the side of my display and then it realized that like the iPad is on that side and then the mouse is going to go through sidecar and continuity, I can control it with the mouse, but I can't really control it with anything else. So that's the thing. But yeah, if there are things in there that are interesting, or if there are things in in research, when I did that thing, for example, which I haven't used in a long time now, I should, to be honest, I should bring it back. But that's the type of thing that is like interesting to see, or interesting to see the research process of creating things, what is happening, how are things happening, that type of shit. So that's uh that's the idea. The only thing that pisses me off is going back to what Stoney has said last week, I think. I think, well, on Monday. Um, for some fucking reason, the natural scrolling is no, it's not. You didn't piss me off. You said something that pissed you off, and I agree with you. And on this case specifically, I agree with you tenfold, because the necessity of having a secondary app to control your cursor with a mouse, and your cursor with a trackpad, and your cursor with a magic mouse, like the direction of the scroll and so on, and you need an app specific to the Logitech mouses, um, it doesn't work here. Like the iPad works well with the trackpad itself, but if I'm scrolling properly, for me, it's inverted on the iPad, but it's proper on the back, like on Arc and so on. And it's just, this is only taking touch controls and touch inputs, and therefore it's not cooperating with uh, a regular mouse. So that's the thing I don't like. Um, but yeah, details. But I agree with you here. Like it's kind of bad. I need to basically just control things with uh, with the trackpad instead of anything else. But yeah, it can controls everything. You can have access to the additional like uh, apps that we have on the iPad and see how things are rendered. So that's pretty good. It's better. I mean, it's not better, but it's like the same thing as what we had with the iPhone mirroring, but we have the iPad on top of that. So that's pretty cool. And going back to what you asked last time, here I have, you probably can't see that. You kind of see that. Here I have the simulators devices that I have. So I have my iPad and my phone, because these make sense. But if I needed to have an Apple TV, I could just load an Apple TV, and then we have a bit of a simulator or simulated Apple TV to check how No Mercy is behaving once we install it on a simulated Apple TV. That's a pretty good thing. Um, Still not as good as really having an Apple TV next to me and a real TV to just check things, but that is probably never gonna happen. I probably. Um, but at some point it could happen. could happen. So yes, I think that's a pretty good thing. I think that's pretty good news overall. There are some stuff in there that will make reviews easier, I think. It's just the taking a screenshot and sending it to the iPad that might be a bit more complex, but based on the Apple event of Monday, they have mentioned and said, we don't know, that AirDrop is 80% faster, and I can attest, it's crazy. It's not failing as much as it used to, which is pretty good, and it is way faster than before. Um, the I think I saved one of these things from Twitter last week, but there was an image that was circulating that was just people updating their phone to the first beta, as in updating to iOS 16. People were like, fuck, why did I do that? 18, why did I do that? 26, why did I do that? And then 27 is just like, that's so good. And weirdly enough, the iOS 27 is great. Um, there's not a lot of bugs so far. There is everything is faster, everything is more fluid, everything is better. The liquid glass thing is looking more interestingly good. They have some issues in my eyes, but you know, it happens. And yeah, I'm interestingly pretty impressed. And some people have been saying things along the line of the updated Siri is blowing everyone out of the water on the same market, which I kind of disagree. But the Siri AI stuff is pretty good. But it's also the Apple way of doing thing as always, which is they take 9 years to do something, but then when they do it, it's just like the best practices from everything that came before. So it's technically a copy of anything that is already on Android and Windows and so on. But it's just the Apple way, and it works, and that's impressive. So we like it. We like it. Anyways. Anyways. So yeah, so as always, it is Friday. So if you have anything that you want me to take a look at, please share links. Tell me about it. Let me take a look. If Lone Traveler is lurking, I know that the deadline for the Russian website is today. So if we want to take a look at things prior, good to do that now instead of waiting. Um, and as I just did the design analysis on my own apps, there is a ton of teeny tiny thing that needs to be changed, and there is a ton of things that I don't think we'd be able to do in code directly, and I think we might need um, Figma. I know, it's crazy. We haven't really touched Figma in a while, but I have some sort of a feeling that things might require Figma to begin with. I don't know. Also, some inspiration from high tea is probably going to happen. Probably going to be necessary as well. Uh, but yeah, also, I'm saying also way too much. One of the other thing that is in there that is pretty interesting is that if um, I wanted to have my iPhone and my iPad running and see them on my computer, I can also do that, which is pretty good, to just explore it because it's just happening on both sides. That's the nice part. So in the design review, and also I'm going to turn that on. More fans for me. In the design review, and the thing that I have highlighted on my side, I am missing a ton of things in here. So basically, also this is such a nice way to interact with your app or with any apps that you have on your phone to see the details of how the implementation has been done. Like I see so much teeny tiny details that just make sense to me. And I don't know if this is coded or designed. It looks like it's probably coded because of the fact that it has like prices in yen, and this is a Chinese app, and therefore, different thing. But this is so interesting. It's, yeah, I like being able to zoom in and see the details and be like, okay, cool. This is a cool concept. Let me see if I can just get inspired by this and potentially do something about it. I don't know. But yeah, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. And also, if I just close the phone, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it collapses. It's a bit of a weird thing. Let me check that link. What is this? You said I thought that was quite bad and wanted to point it out, but you weren't live when that happened. Yes. Um, this specifically his. Yes, I'm dunking on that guy specifically. Uh, uh, his usage and that presentation specifically to me is really bad, mainly because of the use case and the reality of things. From my point of view, from someone that is interested in football and soccer and things, maybe, but I, yeah, I mean, the first question, yes. The second question, no. And the third question, impressive technically. In reality, I don't know if it's good. So the first question was basically just um, what are the matches that are happening next week, or which one are playing on Tuesday or something like this. And then it was Brazil and Morocco, I think, from memory. And they just said, what are the dishes from these two countries? And they gave, or Siri gave things that are just like, yes, it is dishes from the countries, but is it going to be the greatest thing ever to have like one of these dishes alone for one country instead of, having something that is a bit more broad and maybe more palatable for most people? I don't know. And then, and that pissed me off so much. Asking Siri what your daughter, your child, uh, wanted to make and bake from a message that was from a week ago is a good presentation of a man not listening. And that pissed me off because it's just even now, like the dessert in question was coconut cookies. I remember, firstly because it pissed me off, but I I I remember it's been more than a week now. It's just like, I know it's for the video, but anyways, um, the height of the UI is just full screen. That's what we have here. The beginning, if I remember correctly, when he starts the chat, is starting, um, unless your link was specific at a very specific place. Um, you had the perfect timestamp. I mean, from what I remember, it's just like this section where it starts there and then it expands a bit and then it expand up on scroll because he wants to see more. So that's For me, that looks like a normal thing. Um, but for this, the amount of, I mean, the text here should have been fully extended. That's the first thing. Boy, yeah. I mean, it's a message. It's a chat reply. It should have been extended specifically because it's like three scrolls in that amount of space. And we are currently very used to that thing. So with chatbots, that's what I mean. So yeah. Nonetheless, I think a lot of people right now are impressed. I also want to acknowledge something that is very important. There is a very specific type of people that are interested in tech, and the Apple users are generally not the type of people that is very much interested in tech. There is a lot of Apple users that are very much interested in tech, but a lot of the people that like to tinker and experiment and do other things are probably going to be Linux users, Windows users, Android users. I said not all. Obviously, I'm part of them. You're part of them. Um, Genie's part of them. You know, like that. We know, we know X is part of them as well. But it is the type of thing where for Apple users, they probably will not use uh, the tech to the fullest potential of the tech, if that makes any sense. Like, as I've mentioned last week, because I've been raised through Apple, first of its name, in black and white OS up until today, I know things that most of the current regular users don't necessarily know. And it's the same thing as, I guess it's the same thing for Windows users. But when you see your parents or you see someone that is like kind of brand new to computers that does something in a way that is the hardest way of achieving something, when you as a power user has the ability to say, well, this is just a shortcut. Like you can just do this on your keyboard and then you're done. Instead of clicking in three different sub menus, you can just, use the shortcut because it's much faster. That's the type of thing that happens with Apple users. They don't necessarily are aware of the shortcuts and the capabilities of the thing that they have in their hands. Like they don't care. And therefore the Siri AI is probably not necessarily going to be as used or as much used as it needs to be, and the usage of it is probably going to be subpar compared to the capabilities. And that's one of the reasons why some of the features of Apple devices in general are praised, because it works really well for a regular person. For power users, it's going to work pretty well as well. But like most of the time, the people that are using things are going to do regular people activities and not too much. Um, so that Siri thing is probably not going to be used as much. That's the first thing that I want to say. And then going back to your message of uh, the spot in question, like that message here, that should have been expanded. Uh, Mainly because when you look at any other app that is doing chat messages interfaces, any reply is going to be in the reply box, and that is what we want to see. So, eh, again, I don't think most people were going to have access to this and see it as a thing that they will do or use. That's It's probably not gonna happen. But yeah, nonetheless, Apple's pretty good on this one. Um, yeah, that's also a thing. I guess the updates that I received. So when I went from iOS 26 to iOS 27, my phone rebooted as everyone does, and then there is the onboarding section which showcased the new features. And because obviously dev preview and so on, I just had something that said these features are going to be available later because you don't have them on your phone just yet, or your phone is not compatible just yet. I'm expecting to have one of these views popping off on my screen when they become available, but I'm also expecting regular people to see a model or pop up from Apple and just dismiss it without really reading it, and then remembering that Siri is not so good and not continuing to attempt to use it, even if it's the new version. So I agree with that last message. Similarly, a bit of a parallel, but it's also kind of true. In the language community online, a lot of people are dunking on Duolingo and saying that Duolingo is shit. And every time that I see someone that says that, I'm asking them when was the last time that they used it and used the app for real. And most of the time it's like, oh yeah, I used it like when it came out in 2014. And I'm like, yeah, of course it was shit at the time. It was the first version. So yeah, obviously I complained about the fact that we had sentences in Japanese in there that just made absolutely no sense, that were grammatically correct but not uh, contextually correct. And now these sentences have gone away. We have things that are way more complex and natural and more textbook based, and if you just use the thing, it just works. So we will have a very big portion of the population that is or has used Siri in the past, that haven't seen the update, that will not want to see the update, and that will dunk on Siri AI and say that it's shit just because it's the expected memory of how it used to work. So not giving another go is probably also going to happen. But other than that, I think similarly to iOS 26 release from 2025, the WWDC isn't the best presentation of the tech, and it's also not the best presentation of the UI itself. The thing that we need to keep in mind, only rely on or take as a starting point of review, is what ships on the phone, and specifically the closest we are to the release date um, is kind of what we need to take as a reference. Otherwise, like, that is potentially going to change, and I wish I had access to the Siri AI things so that I could potentially just give feedback to the Apple team and say, well, this thing is not behaving as it should. It should be expanded, uh, like keeping the top in place, and then letting the users scroll down. I don't have access to Siri AI because I'm on the 15 Pro, and the indexing is taking ages. So yeah, I don't have access. Um, it's not as good. um, no, I am on the wait list. It's just like it's not there. Um, 16 Pro should be better, and 17 Pro Max is the one that already has access. because it's the one that has uh, the um, the chip, the AI chip in it. Well, yeah, I'm still waitlist based and indexing. A lot of people have been saying that their indexing is stuck at 77%, and I don't know why that's the case. The phone has been charging, the phone has been charged, things have been working. It's just like not indexing fully, and I can't really force a reindex, or I could force a reindex, but it's like, no, I don't really care. But I will test it out as always. Um, yeah, Denny, hi, welcome in. Congrats on the headers. That teeny tiny carousel at the top of the of your hero section is pretty good. You talked about it last Wednesday, and then I didn't open I didn't open the website. But it's good. You have a nice physics like you want it to have. It's not exactly how stretchy you wanted things to be. It's just like a bit of a tilt, but it's pretty good. And we do like it. It's you know, it's a nice it's a nice addition. The drag is good. The scroll with the effect is pretty good. So we like it. We like it. It's neat. Yeah, no, I think the indexing is just like not as compatible with the amount of shit that I have on my phone as well. That's also a thing. That is also a thing. Dude, that's key. Um, Also, every time I go here, I want to click on this thing. You have the effect and shit, but you don't have the content, and I'm so sad. um, Let me explain that. That's uh, that's a interesting thing. Um, yeah, that's pretty clean. That's a very similar thing. Yeah, these are cool. I like the presentation here. I like the simplicity of them as well. That contact is cool. That's a, that's a nice detail. That's similar to what I had in mind for Grizz directly last time, and it's a more organic thing. It placed thing at random space, and I mean, you know how much I love that. It's a set of like 8 different position that just kind of works based on the direction in which you're going, and it has that very fun interactiveness, and I I like it. Is it the best thing? I don't know. I have all my text from the past 10 years, photos from the past 13. I don't think I have more. I think it's just like I don't know what device you have, like him as well. I think it's just the fact that I'm on the fucking 15 Pro, and that's the thing. Um, So there is a thing that I not discovered, but I got access to uh, yesterday. But this popped on my feed and probably will be interesting to some of you, for sure, no questions. And these are officially, and I don't necessarily agree with the full list, but top 60 portfolios of Fang level designers. I don't know if I agree, but if we take like, let's do let's do three just for the sake of having three. There are things in there that are going to be very cool. We have seen that before. We have talked about that font. We had talked about that section and these things. Like all of that are stuff that we know, and like that's the type of thing that we talked about. These are very brutalist and minimal, and it works. But these websites and these portfolios are potentially, or at least have been classified in the top 60. I don't think they are top 60. I think they are 60 of the people that works there that have specific types of jobs. And then I also want to mention that the way that the people have been selected to be on that list of 60 is probably just the case that they work at one of the companies. Doesn't mean that they are good. It just means that there is an expected level of quality and craft and skills to be accepted in one of these companies. But you may have been a friend of a friend, and you may have been recruited out of the sympathy of something. We never know. But uh, it is interesting to see what they have created, how things are made. We have talked about a lot of the design patterns that they are using, and yeah, um, it's pretty it's pretty good to check. From what we know so far, the only thing that makes a portfolio good, that sounds so bad, uh, is simply it stands out. It's not a common thing. And there's also this current kind of request, which is not exactly the truest of truths, but it's still there. And it is, you want your projects and portfolios and things to be AI generated, but not look like an AI generated thing. And the reason for this is that we want to have the people that works in the companies to have the skills to build with AI, but also have the skills to recognize that, okay, this thing looks like an AI generated thing. Let me switch some things around so that it does it. It's just it's good, but it's just like crafted or subcrafted after the fact. For example, here, the images and additional things, not something that the AI would do by default. So there is a bit of craft that is happening here. If I reopen that, the dividers is a dashed divider. The current AI stuff is a full width solid divider. So you kind of know that some things have been handcrafted here. Obviously, the logo itself is handcrafted. That is handcrafted as well because it's just like a very tiny animations. And then these things that are rotating, these animations that are happening all the times, so on. All of that is the type of handcrafted things. Maybe the structure and the base has been AI generated, but there is then a bit more craft that is put in there. Uh, so like that's one of the things. But the thing that I like most around here is that this is something that I think I talked about it last time, but also not really. and therefore I'm going to talk about it again if I haven't. Um, there is a big difference in between your portfolio and your portfolio. I know. Uh, what I mean by that is that there are a big difference in the sense that what you want your portfolio to look like and to be on your website specifically is mostly going to be uh, a visual eye candy, eye catching thing so that when they call you, you can use your portfolio, number two, to showcase the content of each of the project. Explanation. If I'm here and I click on this, I have visual icon. Obviously, this is an Illustrator, so they don't have like case studies and research and process and shit, but it's basically the same thing. They are showcasing the illustration, the thing that they have made there to match with the brand. The template is very simple. They have like two tiny image, one big, two tiny. And based on what we've seen a second ago, it's the exact same thing. Two tiny, one big, two tiny, one big, two tiny. Like that. It's just alternating and so on. That is enough to get you a callback, but it's not enough to know if I'm gonna be good for the job. And what that means is that your website is here to make me decide if I call you back or not. If I can see your skills used within the company that I have hiring for right now, for example. And this one is a very good presentation because I'm expecting that when they have a call, they may have a call that say, let's talk a bit more about the Warp project. Like, can you explain what was the brief? What were you supposed to do? How did you decide to go in that direction for the illustration? You know, and so on. And that is going to be the portfolio, number two, which is the presentation portfolio where you are talking about it and you are there to present it, which means that there might be a lot more text, there might be a lot more content and tidbits and things. Whereas here, this is just a wow portfolio, which is meant to attract the eye of the marketing team and the hiring team that just says, um, is this the type of thing that we need right now? So, yeah. How do you work animations with AI? I use my skills of knowing how things are named, and then I trigger teeny tiny things. Like I'm going to use that as always because it makes sense. Having a bit of a magnetism, like reacting to the cursor position right there was something. Ensuring that all of the images was floating in a proper manner right there at the top. In here, I basically explain, I don't know if I have access to the chat anymore, but I basically explained that I wanted to have a proper physics with the anchor point being exactly where the cursor is. So that's the main point, and then vertical and horizontal, same thing. And then because it had a very hard time to figure out exactly what I wanted to do, I went in Figma and I did it. I don't think I have it here. I think I removed it. But basically, what I did was very simple. Um, I I created that card, and then I said, let me just rotate it, and I forget exactly if it's like only on this one. I feel like it's one of these things where the anchor point is supposed to be in there, but for some reason it never shows up. Um, and I basically just did this and said, instead of doing anything else, we want the anchor point to be right there. And then moved things around and said, oh yeah, this is supposed to be like like this. So the anchor point is not moving, but the card is rotating around that point with the Figma thing, which allow me to move the fucking anchor point from one point to another, which is, as always, never working, never showcased when I need it. It's crazy. But that's basically what I did. I just took a screenshot of that and then sent it to the AI. So, yeah, but we can't really create good vectors in Figma. The thing that is good is Quiver. That's the only one that is good in terms of vector generation. And they are pretty impressive when you're looking at them while the thing is working. Not that it's, you know, that wild, but yeah, Quiver is really good. Um, the the animation in question, like when we're seeing how it's rendered and so on, is really neat. And it does a very good job. Um, we kind of still need to do things manually in Figma for some things, yes. For anything that is UI based, not anymore. For anything that is UI based, you can just plug in with Cloud Code and it will do the thing. Or you can just go into the I tab and ask it to do something about it, and then use that. However, the thing that is really bad is that this is fucking expensive. That section of the Figma file is one of the most expensive feature that they have, and you only have officially you only have um, 3,000 credits per month on a paid seat. And as we saw when there was the contest happening, they gave me 10,000 credits and I burned through 3,000 in about a day. So 3,000 credits right there is basically a day of nothing. So not the greatest of options, but you know, why not? So that's the thing. And then, Larkham, to go back to that last message, um, you said, I think I'm ready to give up on AI and go back to manually build on Framer. Use the Framer AI right now because the Framer AI is good. Not saying that it's going to be able to build something from scratch pretty well without going through a template, but the Framer implementation and the AI implementation is good, and the output is pretty nice. And the main point is they, as I mentioned on Wednesday, they have a good understanding of, or let me rephrase that, the agent harness that they have put in place in Framer is really good at understanding Framer because they put in place properly, and we end up with things that have an easier time than if you just plug in Cloud Code, for example, to your Figma file. Like going from the Figma sidebar with the agent in there to Figma is good, and it's better, it has a better context than if you go through Cloud Code through the Figma skills through Figma. Like the steps that it needs to take is also not giving it the entirety of how Figma is working. So that's a thing. If I take an example of perfume, for example, it used to be a blue website. We used to have different things in there, and then earlier this morning, I said, you know what? I need to change the color in order to match the entire thing. I need to make sure that the font is better, and I need to rewrite some of the sections because they don't really match with what we have. And I asked the agent to do that for me very quickly. It gave me some pointers on what needs to happen, and I did that. on my own without like just, uh, making the agents do the entire thing. But we end up with something that is a bit cleaner than what we had a second ago. And it was done in, yeah, in 15 minutes, absolutely working, no questions asked. Like that's pretty good. So overall, I think the Framer agent is better than the Figma agent, and I like it. I burn less token by doing it myself, that's for sure. But also, Framer right now seems to be the most currently the most generous of them all. As I mentioned, in the free tier, you're getting 500 credits per day and 1,000 credits per month max. In the basic, you have 1,000 credits max per month. In the pro, you have 3,000 credits per month. And basically, these two are the same. The main difference is that on free, you can do things in 2 days instead of 1 day, that you can burn through the entire thing here. But also, the usage and the cost of things is like, as I mentioned, Sonnet 4.6 is like zero point 0.8 of a credit per, I don't know. GPT 5.5 is 1 credits per, I don't know, and Opus 4.8 is 1.5 or 1.7 credits or 1.2 credits, I forgot, per, I don't know. And I don't know exactly if it's per request, if it's per token or per 1,000 tokens usage. I don't know their quantization and how they have decided how things were supposed to be costing, because they don't explain it. Um, but yeah, you don't get more than on the pro tier. It's this. On the free plan, you have 500 credits, but it's up to 1,000 per month. But on the paid plan, you are at 1,000 credits in total. So that's you get basically have the same thing. It's just like one of them needs to be burned in 2 days, and the other one can be burned in 1 day. Not that it really matters, but yeah. Jaffaza, what going on? How are you? How's the day going? Um, yeah, I I do agree with that. I do think that the fact that Framer doesn't really export or allow you to export the code is really, yeah, or not really good. And that's one of the things. But it's pretty good. I think the optimization, the thing that they have put in place, and even though it's a walled garden type of situation where you can't really do anything with the content after the fact, it's basically just locking you inside of Framer. But for the price and for the quality of the output, I would not care. Uh, and again, I'm currently not building this, but kind of building this slowly on the side through open code, which is free, which is good. But also, it pisses me off because the implementation of putting that on my own domain is just, it's not much, but it's basically going through um, Cloudflare pages and GitHub automation or GitHub action that's just gonna take it and release it on that domain, and that's fine. So it's pretty easy. It's something that the AI can do for me compared to using Framer as a base and then just clicking the publish button, and it's basically doing the same thing, but almost instantly, and that's pretty cool. But yeah, it really depends on what you care about. If you care about convenience, you can pay a bit more. If you care about control, you will pay a bit less and or roughly free and have the thing hosted. Like you pay for the hosting entirely, and then that's good. Like the website that I have right now, I think has hosting a hosting plan as well, which I should just get rid of. It's free, which but whatever. And it's fun. It's fun. So yeah. And again, Framer is for designers. I mean, designers, marketing teams, sales that don't have any information. Um, yeah, I know they used to do that. The thing that I hate about Webflow, specifically about that feature, is that you can't do it if you're not paying. Like you need to be paying for that site specifically to be in a pro tier to be able to export the content and the code and so on. Which means that as soon as you are paying for it, there's no need for the export. And yeah, and basically what it also means is that because you only have access to the export through the paid tier, it probably implies that there are some things inside of this code that is locked behind your personal Webflow subscription. And if you stop paying, they might just disable some things in there. We don't know. So I don't like that. They could just have some JavaScript that is working in the background, and then as soon as you stop paying, they're like, oh, fuck off. So yeah, I also don't like Webflow in general, so that's a bias on my end. Be aware of that. Be aware of that. But yeah, other than that, that's the thing. So, Larkin, for you specifically, if you are trying to build like a website right now, portfolio or something, the most important thing, and the thing that I was talking about to Denny specifically before he went away, is this one is a very good presentation of the first funnel. I think the presentation that we have for this as a concept is roughly this. Let's see if I can just do that really quickly and see if it makes sense for some people. Um, I'm gonna do that and hope for the best. So basically what you have in your portfolio is you need to have the visual or the visual part of your portfolio that is what people are seeing first, right? So that section is what the marketing team and the hiring team are going to see first and be like, can I hire that person for the job that they are supposed to do? Like, is the thing that they are showing to me align with the goals that we have? And would they be like a good fit for that project specifically that we have, or for the company in general, based on the vibe that we have from the website? So this is the the first encounter point of entry situation for any designer is going to be in the visual part. So you need your websites to be as clean, as simple, and as unique and standing out as possible, so that your audience or the hiring people are like, okay, cool, I can see myself potentially hire them because of their skills and because of what they have shown me so far. When you get your hiring manager to call you back, and then you have the somehow discovery call for that job or for that freelance gig or for whatever, you enter in the second phase, which is is this going to be a human fit? So in here, it's you have the first call with the team, and they check if humanly you are good, but also if skill wise or if in terms of methodology, behaviors, and so on, you match with the rest of the team. And then at the end, you have the C-suite, basically, um, everything that is management, all the higher ups that are deciding if you are a good fit for the company based on your technical skills and also like your demands and your requests and so on. But what that means is your portfolio website is just this, and that's it. Your portfolio for the hiring thing is this. It needs to have some visuals, but it's mostly going to be tailored toward methodology, human behavior, actions taken with the rest of the teams that you have worked in with or worked with in the past, and so on. And then the C-suites needs to have the executive thing, the behavior within the company, what you're bringing to the table, and so on, but also the human side and obviously also the visual side. So it's as if you needed to have some sort of a three-layered portfolio, but your website is just this way. Like that's the only thing kind of that you need to take uh, care of and care about. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter, you know. But yeah. Um, that's the med. That's the med. Don't worry about it. But yeah, that's to me, at least from my perception of the market right now and how things are, it's very much you need your initial portfolio, your thing to be as clean and standing out as possible. So Spencer is really good. Thank you, Denny, for sharing that link. I didn't know them. But that's really it's very basic. Like when you look at the page on its own without the animation, it's a very boring, basic landing page. Like it's clean. We have some big typography, some images in the center, some subtext that explain exactly what they do, and then some of the things that I do like about it in terms of not bragging about it too much, but kinda the client includes from the stream, you probably can't read that. And from a viewer point of view, you kind of can't read that either because it's too tiny and it's not really accessible. But they have Apple first, Amazon, Adobe, Google, Nike, the New York Times, Lululemon's, NPR. These are big ass names. And at this level, they are showcasing something that is very important. And this is related to some of the discussion that we had in the past as well. There's no logo that they are showcasing here. They are just giving you the names because these names are big enough that you know them. And there is no presentation of logos with the Apple logo, the Amazon logo, and so on. It's just like I've worked with Apple, Amazon, Adobe, Google. Probability of me being good because I've been hired there means that you are in good hands and therefore you will trust me, you know, um, or you should trust me to do the work in question. And then the work in question is pretty good. So if you are looking for illustration types that looks like this, then it makes sense to potentially follow through with that person because it just like it works. But then again, very important, this website is from an illustrator. So obviously there is a lot of illustration things in there that are there to show you the visuals. If we go into, let's load three more. You know what? Let's go up to 10. Notion is so shit for this. This one is if I'm not scrolling and I can't really scroll, the only scroll that I can do is making this go faster or in one direction or the other. Um, there's no scroll happening. I can't click on anything. Is it good? I don't know. Maybe. Does it stand out because it has this creative kind of thing here that is a bit more organic? Yeah. Do I know what that person is doing from this visual? Not really. I know from this, but because I can't really click on anything, I can't see what they have done in the past. It's kind of complicated for me to trust them. And also that glitch was wild. Um, if I go here, this is a very simple thing, but it also has that kind of fun, interactive thing at the top, specifically on the first loading. So that's that's what stands out. Um, then you have some projects and some about me situation, which means again, this portfolio right here is pretty good because it's just showcasing, visually speaking, okay, I have some skills from an animation point of view and a micro interaction point of view. I can do things that are like a bit more, fun overall. Then I have some visual skills. I can show you what I've done. Then I have some services available with a very simple system, which seems to not really be clickable. It's on scroll, which is kind of weird. Something about me, and that's about it. So again, this is the visual section, and you ensure that the visual section is good enough so that then when you get a call, which is that CT at the end, like let's build something together, let's get in touch, freelancers as always, that goes into the human section. And then it's gonna go in the C suites when necessary. So if, for example, I get the call and then I have the discovery call and the things and whatever, once everything is kind of set up, I'm probably gonna have access to more people in the company in the future that are deciding if I'm asking for too much money or they have a very specific direction that they want me to go in or so on, like freelancer works. But that's gonna be here. So I have like my first goal, and then I have this later on. So that's an important thing as well. Um, so that's a pretty good thing so far as a thing. This one is crazy. I think we've seen it before. Uh, so that's no good. God damn it. Sometimes it happens. This one is not even accessible, which is crazy. Um, Again, here, very simple. We just have the visual first, but we do have clickability of things. Apparently, some of them are probably behind passwords, some of them are not. So that's an interesting thing to see, what they have created and so on. But same thing, it is simply okay, I see what they have done. I have an understanding of their visual abilities, and then I might contact them. This one is one that we have showcased in the past, I think. And the reason is because it is very simple. There is nothing in there. As long as you don't hover anything, it's very basic, but you see that they have worked on Portal, Droppable, and AppStack. And then as soon as you go in there, it just go into that kind of crazy animation thing that they have created on hover to make it fun. Is it good? Is this something that will tell me anything in terms of their skills right there? Not really. And if I'm not someone that is like, if I'm scrolling through websites and I just see this and I start scrolling from here and nothing happens, I might miss the fact that there are some hoverable things in it. Might. um, but that might be, you know, what you need. And then here is a direct link. So we end up with the website in question with everything that needs to be presented. Is it good or bad? That's for the person that looks at it to decide. I'm not going to say anything about it. um, but all of that is visual stuff. This one, we talked about it before. We've seen it. Um, and that's the pricing, so we don't need about to talk about that again. But yeah, like that's the thing that I've been showcasing and mentioning in the past of making sure that you have something visual at the top. So what Denny has done for the updated hero section is pretty good because we have 3 to 4 things that are related to the work and the visuals. I have some visuals here, even though they are tiny. It's just like the goal being you want to stand out visually. Um, that people be like, okay, cool, that there is something interesting about here. Let me potentially explore, or let me see things, how they work, what they have done, and then check other things. I think what is detrimental to me on this is mostly the YouTube videos and the shorts and so on that don't necessarily make a lot of sense for the type of project that I would be hired for, and that's why the studio website is better than this one. But that's kind of the thing. You want to, as a portfolio, you want to stand out visually, and lately, and I don't like it, but lately it's true. You you want to use AI tooling to build the things that you are using or creating, and make sure that it doesn't look like it's an AI generated thing. And what it means sometimes is just by default, AI wouldn't have had that thing on the one shot, wouldn't have had that hover thing right there, would not necessarily have the fade that we have in the past experience. Like I made sure to have the furthest in time, the least visible it is. It's still readable. It's kind of hard to read, but it's still readable. Um, and the addition of the acquired badges for the companies that got acquired before I left or when I left, and then other experiment things that I can just play with stuff. All of that is not necessarily going to be AI generated, visually speaking, because I go in and tweak stuff. These cards, for example, are 100% AI generated, and you can tell based on what Lone Traveler tells every time. The density is kind of different, um, and the content is really bad. So there is need for some teeny tiny adjustments, and that's going to come later. But right now, it looks AIE, but not that AIE. Um, you can go with close to no visual. So um, if I go into Benji, because Benji is pretty good as a reference for this, it's one of the one that we talk about from time to time. It's simple enough. Genie, work on it. What do you mean no YouTube today? YouTube is on. Maybe you just tried it or entered it when it broke. It broke about a second ago. So maybe you just you clicked on it when it was lagging behind. But yeah, no, YouTube is running if you prefer to go there. But stay on Twitch. It's better. It's better, JD. It's better. Um, so Benji is pretty good for that specifically. Yeah, no, Twitch is better here. That's what I'm saying. Um, and then we have the others, which is I forgot the fucking name. Um, it will not be in there. That's probably not there. Nonetheless, um, you're saying that there is no notification on my side on YouTube as if I is not live. That's what you're saying? Indeed. Then I don't know why I'm live on this. I have chat rates. That's a wild thing. Then I don't know. I don't know. It's officially sending shit. I can see my stream on the PC, which is the craziest of things. um, like officially. Well, the fact that I am currently live officially, like that's the thing. Like that is actually it's just not showcased, which is weird. Which is so weird. Raven Pebble is pretty good. I like it. I like it. And I've been live for an hour and 30 minutes, which makes no sense. Anyways. So like you could go with something that is very minimalistic like this, which is very similar to um, Grizz website specifically here. Like Grizz has the visuals on the top, but when you go to like lower, it's like it's the same kind of vibe overall. Like it makes sense. Um, so that's an option. Uh, the main difference with Benji is the fact that technically speaking, this is not the portfolio. Uh, the portfolio of design work is their Twitter account. Everything that they have in there, where they are showcasing what they have done, how they have done it, and so on, is the portfolio in question. So every time that they have an idea or they want to showcase something, they are just going to post it on Twitter and then hope for the best. So we end up with a ton of visuals in there, not necessarily the best visuals or not necessarily something that is case study wise, but it's just content that is showcased and presented. And that is kind of the thing. Let me Yeah, that's a weird thing. Hmm. Hmm. I see. I see. So that's the thing. Their portfolio is clean because their portfolio or their website is clean because their actual portfolio is not uh, a website. It's just something else. Like it's another platform. So I think that's the thing in question that makes sense. But you can go in that direction if you want to. To me, as I mentioned to Danny last time, this type of portfolio is only good for people that have either big names on their career list or enough content that they are known to a certain degree to be able to afford to not very much display the content. So if you have Apple in your list of clients, well, you know, it's good. For me, I have Figma in my list of clients, meaning that that's a pretty positive. I have Bugatti, which is pretty positive. I have Dior, which is pretty positive as well. Does it mean that I'm good? Not really. It just means that I have worked with these clients, and then in the mental model of most people, uh, if you do, you need to be kind of good in the first place to be able to achieve these levels, and that's the thing. But yeah, so going very minimal is an option. It's in my eyes not necessarily the best option, but it is an understandable option uh, if you wanted to do something like this. Let's check the next 10. I feel like a lot of these are going to be very similar to one another. Um, that's a very 2026 portfolio thing, which is interesting. This is very visual again. And from here, I I don't necessarily need anything. Um, like depending on what I'm looking for as a designer, I'm probably just giving them a call. From like I made my mind there, I think. I think that's where I was like, okay, cool. I could work with them. So I see who they are. I see some of their work really quickly. I can explore if I need to, and I see some details. And I saw stickers. Obviously, I like stickers. And then I saw that thing on the side, and I was like, cool, that's pretty neat. And yeah, after that, I was like, cool. They have all the skills that I need for the project in question. Like that's basically the target. If that logo wasn't good, I wouldn't have scored. So that's also important. Um, but then I see some of their work, very minimal. They are talking about the fact that they are using AI tools, very text based. Um, maybe that's enough. Might be lackluster in some departments for some things, not too much, but it's pretty fine. Might not give them a call. uh, if that's not interactive, this feels kind of bad. If it's falsely interactive, I might not give them a call. So let me explain why. Um, I'm expecting this to be animated from the start, and then on scroll it does animate, but it's kind of hard to read and follow through. Um, and then we have the visuals for the content and the work that they have done. But before that, we didn't. We can click on stuff, but it's a bit unrelated and uncertain to understand what they have done in there. So all of that, specifically from the start, is is good content. It's good design overall, but from a portfolio point of view, at the start, it feels out of there, not as good. So I might not give them a call. Branding wise, it's good. Um, but that's a lot of content. That is a lot of content. Um, this one is very minimal. There's no picture of a state thing, so that's very brutalist of them. We don't necessarily have information about the work that they have done. Um, I know these brands, so I recognize skills in a way, kinda. um, that's about it. I would love to have like some visuals of what they have done. So this is also not necessarily getting a call back. This one is okay, but same thing. Like I feel like the typography choice is not good enough for my taste, and the readability is not good enough for my taste. That video at the start is not necessarily a good presentation of the design skills. It looks more like an Excel sheet than anything else. I'm like, I don't know if this is good or bad. It's just like it feels wrong, or wrongly placed. So I don't really know, but this is some sort of a feed with a lot of content. So why not? A bit of a props for using Vimeo compared to the other services. But yeah, might not get a call. Um, this one is definitely not getting a call just because it's hijacking my cursor. I don't know where it is. Like it's in the blob, but I don't know where the fuck it is. So that's not a good thing. Um, other than that, visuals are fine, but that's about it. Yeah. Meh. That stands out. So that's a point. You stand out compared to the rest because the layout is different. It's similar to what Denny has done in the section by section. So that's interesting. The visuals are good. Not necessarily this one, but it's fine. I mean, it's the index, so that makes sense. But the visuals are good enough for me to be like, okay, cool. If I was looking for someone that does this types of work, I would do that. Probably would click on it, have some more information about the content, and the presentation of the features and the design that they have made. And yeah, they have some small details that are good. The typography is good. The readability is good. The presentation is nice. The micro interactions presentations is nice as well with the amount of micro videos that they have. And then this one is a bit of a Loom thing, showcasing how they collaborated with the rest of the team. So that's cool. I mean, potentially. And then you have the outcomes there. I feel like the outcomes may have come a bit too late. Not everyone is going to scroll through the entirety of the case study, so I would probably potentially have some of the outcomes um, after the solution or after the chat thingy right here, just so that people have that in mind. Like, based on the fact that the outcomes in question were very positive, it's um, it's a bias transition, which is working, where you simply say, "This is the outcome that we had," and therefore you will keep that in mind while you're looking at things. So you are expecting that this had a very positive impact on the entire brand and the project and the app and the thing, and therefore you see it as a better in a better light than if you didn't know that. So that's a thing. Um, this one is interesting in the sense that everyone is a fucking Yandex. I don't know why, but it apparently everyone is in the same team. Um, this is a very 2018 portfolio. That's yeah. That's an old version of a portfolio. So that's interesting. Not saying that it's bad, but it's just like it stands out in the sense that it's just older. What makes it 2018? It's the type of content we see, and specifically the layout. Like there is a lot of text in there that is not necessarily useful for the sake of presenting your work. As I mentioned earlier, we kind of want to be in the visual for your portfolio. So that section of here is who I am and here is what I do is very much 2018. Like uh, the the recommendation in 2018 used to be, I need to know who you are and what you do, and then what you've done. So the visuals were always there. But we basically have this, like who you are, what you do, and then what you've done, which is the about section, which I always recommend to put the about section a bit later in portfolios. And then they have some work there, but it's very heavy text based. And nowadays we are mostly in a heavy visual based with some supporting text, but not text heavy with supporting images. Right now, it looks like it's supporting media, but the text is the main thing. So that's the it stands out in that direction, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's just it might tell me that that person has either a lot of experience, um, and they are old enough to like not have the time to update the portfolio, and this is like an older portfolio and it's fine and it's resume based, maybe, whatever. um but in terms of the layout, this is the type of recommendation and or portfolio that I would have sent in some of my first agencies, and it's not bad. It's just like it's different than what we are trying to achieve now. And therefore, that's the case. For case study, it's okay. Yes, but this is not the case study. That's the thing. Like this is the this is the case study number one, which is within the page. So the portfolio is not necessarily like I have a very hard time understanding where things are and what they are. So we have the hero section that is just this. We have the about section that is just this. Then we follow with the Yandex Drive, which I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the current work. I don't know if it's something else. But we have this, which is fine. And then you have this section that is a palette cleanser in the center of send me a DM, text me, whatever, not really accessible button. And then we end up with case study number one, which is like right away. It's not, oh, you can have access to more case studies and see the work, but no, it's within the same page. So it's a bit of a weird thing. Um, And then you have case study number two, which feels like just a second section of the same case study that I was looking at a second ago, which will be followed by case study number three, I guess. And now it's also named case study number one, which, like, it, I don't know. I don't know exactly what's happening. This one is case study number two. Is it like case study number one and two for Red Mad Robot thing? It's a bit weird. So with all of that, I don't know if they would get a call. That's the thing. Also, that one they will probably not get a call because it's just not accessible. We've seen that. I think we talked about them in the past. They have good visuals, interesting layout compared to the rest. The main reason why it's interesting and why it's standing out is usually it's just the other way around. We have the visuals on the right side and the information on the left. So the fact that it flips the layout and that's it is interesting. The content is simple and it works, and therefore I can read through things, have some information really quickly, see if it works for me, again, visually speaking. But I don't have a lot more information in there. I don't know if I don't know the rest of the information. So I don't have the explanation, the thinking, and so on. So it's very visual heavy and not human heavy, which is good. And that alone, based on the design, if it's good enough for my taste and for the clients and for the company and so on, I might just send them an email, have a chat with them. Madlu, hi, I'm calling. It's simple. Um, it's one of the working one, I guess, and it's the common minimalist threads that we currently have. From what I'm seeing here, they have worked with watchOS widgets, so they are comfortable with small spaces. They have done some iconography, which is pretty good. They have done some more widgets, some presentation app with this thing that looks like a widget. Um, this thing that is very much visually different than the rest of the apps in the same category, and in the watchOS circular widgets. So, with all of that, that basically means that they would be really good at small space environment, and therefore, if I was looking for someone to help me with my widgets, I might just contact them. Like that's the type of thing that would happen. Um, but yeah, so far it's interesting. We've been on 20 portfolios out of the 23 of them didn't load. Miles, we're calling. From Texas? What do you mean from Texas? Did you move? Um, and lots of visuals. See the patterns, things about the person on the left and content on the right is the usual patterns. Um, it happens. It happens. Today is a hello from Texas. You know, uh, I see. I see. I think it's the first time that you've announced from Texas. That's why it threw me off. Um, Lots of visuals on this one. There are something that are interesting. I don't like the typography. This is personal, but words on the stream streaks. um, but I see some information. I see the range that they have, which is pretty good. They have a lot of process-based thing, which is cool potentially if that's what you're looking for. But that's about it. Like there is a lot of content, so that's good for range and capabilities. Um, but other than that, website is simple. It works. Layout is good. Typography is not my cup of tea, but that's fine. And it kind of works. Um, I'm pretty sure that I would have like other people in there. Yeah, this one is weird. I don't know if I would have clicked on the thing if we were not looking at portfolios on this stream. Um, I mean, it works. Yeah, I don't know. It stands out. What do you mean you're on YouTube now? What happened, Stony? That is crazy. That is crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, I don't know about this one. We've seen Marco so many times. We're not gonna talk about it. This one is very minimal as well. You have some highlights in here, which is not visual. We have the visuals later. So that section alone is minimal. You just got the notification. That's crazy. That is crazy. Well, at least it's there. At least it's there. I don't know. Maybe that's the is the reason. Maybe I need to check that. I don't know. um, Visual is interesting, but not good. Like it's fine. That's all I can say. This is dated. This is very interesting to me because this is the type of websites, portfolios, and elements that we used to have in 2014. And what makes it 2014 is that it is very much the InVision templates. Like these things, these colors, the the gradient of blue to purple pink is the InVision color templates. And a lot of people don't know about it because not old enough. Jonathan, what morning? How are you? We used to have these and these colors again. Um, these are the type of thing that we used to do in 2014, 2015-ish. And because the AI models have been trained on the thing that they had access to, which is vision templates and other sketch-based things, this is the reason why we have these colors um, in the outputs. It's this is one of the big ass reasons. Yeah. And you know, like this was all the rage when I was doing some agency work. Like we just wanted this, no other things. And it made sense. And again, the output that we have there, like these types of illustrations and the constructed thing, um, is very much the vibe that I'm getting here. So by the fact that I have the knowledge and I'm old enough to remember like these fonts, again, I'm gonna go there directly because it makes sense. Um, this one is one of them. The L'Oreal thing is one of the InVision template thing that we used to do at the time, and you can see that the font is the same, that the colors are kind of different, but it's kind of the same thing, and it is the same as here. So you know, like it tells me something either that they are old enough to remember this, or that they don't know, and they are still stuck in that realm because these are kind of high up, not really, but kind of in that portfolio. So that's an interesting thing. But the portfolio itself is not as good as I expected it to be. Um, this one is good based on again range and content. Um, and It's very simple. We found them on the top 60 portfolio uh, list from Notion, which is not true. And now you that fucked up everything. God damn it. Um, so here it's minimal enough, but it's also good because I see right away that they have brutalist work and 3D work as their first work showcase. Um, and what do you mean? Yours not there? Yeah, I don't know. Mine is not there either, which makes sense. But I see the type of thing that they have. Like they do Brutalist and they do 3D. That's their stuff. But then I don't see the project in question, so that's debatable. They don't have a ton of explanation, which is good. Going back to the things, then there is a ton of text again. So the case studies themselves are going to be details with a lot of visuals, but also a lot of text, a lot. Um, and so we are in between the visual and the human section where they explain things. So that's okay, but that's not necessarily good. But that's interesting nonetheless. And then I knew it would fuck things up. Um, I think I know this one. I think I've seen this one in the past. But same system. So you have that section that is showcased as interesting and standing out because emojis are not a common thing anymore. But when they came out, a lot of designers were like, "Oh, we need this. That's it. We need this on everything. We will have our emoji on all the thing that all the thing that we make." So that potentially tells me that that person is older or has been in a company for the past 6 years, which is an option. Um, but that's an interesting thing. And then you scroll down, you have the visuals, which has a lot of text, but it also has a lot of visual sections, um, and might be good enough for some people. Overall, this is a pretty simple and fast enough, short enough things to um, to give me a bit of an idea. And then the about section is at the bottom, which is pretty good. But yeah, I don't know if they would get um, a call back just for the sake. I'm also gonna do that just because fuck this shit. Um, mm, this is wild. This is a wild thing to say. The fact that you're like current is freelance work, soon is going to be incoming product designer at Facebook, and then past is the thing that we have done before, aka being an intern at Facebook, Deloitte, and cover. But the fact that you have your current thing and your next gig already lined up is yeah, it's pretty interesting. Um, I don't know. This is kind of weird. And past, current, soon for me, should be in that direction, and I agree with that. But yeah, Facebook internship, which is the reason why they have access to this visually speaking, is not my cup of tea. But whatever. Let's go into one of their projects. That's a lot of text with not a lot of visuals. So let me check if they have like another project with more visuals. I don't think they do. And based on what I'm seeing and the amount of text that they have, I'm mostly going to say that they are a UX focused designer. So they are mostly curating their portfolios in the human side and not necessarily in the visual side, because the visual side doesn't necessarily exist in their realm of things. They are in between these two most of the times, which, again, from a hiring point of view, if I'm looking for a UX designer, this is good. If I'm looking for product designer, which is a title, this might not be as good as they think it is, based on all the things that we have been talking about. Here, I have biases against gray hair, so positive points already. Already. Visually speaking, this is very much IKEA, Kodak, and other color scheme that we know. Like this is the McDonald green and yellow, and the red and yellow, and the Kodak black and yellow. Also, what the fuck is the first E not red on hover? That that's such a weird thing. Um, However, unique enough to get a callback. And I haven't seen a lot of visuals in there. I mostly have seen big colors, and that's it. So that's interesting. And then they have very specific things with their projects, the thing that they are doing. So you know, that's fun, I guess. Um, the fact that, very important, the fact that so far most, if not all, of the portfolio that we have looked at, we are at portfolio number 30, and most of them have been working with Yandex at some point. Kind of implies that the top 60 portfolios has been curated by a Russian slash Latvian slash Ukrainian designer in the first place that is not necessarily touching the rest of the world. So I don't really know. But yeah, I don't know exactly what qualified as um, top in that case. If it's just like top Russian, then that's good. It happens. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, these ones might get a callback just because I'm intrigued by the project and the things, but that's it. um, this is common. We see some visuals. Russian again. So probably just Russians. Minimalistic on its own, so that's pretty good. And then that's broken. Dated-ish. But that's the same issue as usual. So that's and I don't know. They could be good. They might get a callback, but it's a big ass might. Um, Simple enough, visual enough. I have enough things right there. I'm guessing that I was about to say I'm guessing that on scroll we have this that scrolls through, but it's not. It's on hover. They work for Gemini and Google. Pretty impressive. Very minimal website. The visuals are good. could get a callback if I was looking for someone that is doing some motion design and event presentations and so on. Other than that, nothing to say. It's a very, very, very minimal thing. It's fine though. But again, from all the names that we have there, I think these are a lot of them are Russians, and not that I have anything against them. It's just that it is what it is. The person that has curated the list has a lot of Russians friends, and it's fine. But it might be a bit biased in one direction compared to the rest. That's crazy. That's a no. That portfolio from the first knee-jerk reaction, this is not getting a callback. I don't know what it is about it, but the layout is not my type. The the feeling of it is very old, and it wouldn't work with the work that I'm trying to do. So specifically for me, not an option. If I was hiring for someone else, maybe. But yeah, that section, if they had started like this, for example, I wouldn't have had that kind of reaction. But yeah, I have a ton of work though. That's pretty cool. Pretty interesting. Again, the visuals part being standing out by the simple fact that they are very much different than the rest of the portfolio that we've seen so far is a good thing, but that's it. That is it. Um, Also, this is a very this is a very important thing. I need to mention that. We've been looking at 32 portfolios so far. I, as a hiring person, I'm kind of dropping off on the looking at portfolios. So my knee-jerk reactions are stronger than in the beginning, because in the beginning we were like fresh out of nothing and just looking at the thing. Now I'm like, this is a no, and I would probably not take the time to scroll. So that would give you a bit of an ID. This is also Yandex again, so god damn it. um, Material design is pretty good, so I'm expecting this to be something like working with Google, generative AI in Chrome. Visuals are okay, but they are kind of dated, Chrome based, so that makes sense. Why it's kind of dated to me. Big visual, so that helps, but there is still a lot too much text for my sake. But they work at Google, so like they might just get a call back because of that if they were applying. If they were applying, I've seen this before. I have seen this before, and yeah, yeah. I don't know. If it's just like your first project and it's your only project from nothing, then I get it because it's one that stands out, but it's also like kind of not enough for me to judge. Um, this is an interesting hero section. The fact that they have a thing to pronounce their name is pretty cool. Other than that, I feel like the work is coming too low. I would split this, move that down, have the work first because it makes more sense. The hover interaction is very simple. Everything works. There's a bit of a latency when it comes to the animations and the presentation of showing the content, and then within, I guess, the case study, we are going to be very much click-based content. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Um, there are things in there that are speaking to me in specifically at the top, which is I'm a visual designer first, but I still needed to show you the UX section and the research and so on. So we ended up with a lot of content in there. Um, and I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. No big plan. When you look at this case study specifically, you have the information like the base stuff, whatever. What it used to look like, which is old, so that's a good thing to just see the difference in between before and after. But then they have these effects on every single card that needs attention, which um, look like they are animated-ish, not entirely animated, but kind of animated-ish with things that are breathing in and out. But then they are reusing the exact same shader on every single thing, and it becomes very much this is a UI designer work for a UX designer. So it could be either someone else has done the visuals, or they don't really like they do both, which is fine. But it's just like visually speaking, it speaks more UI designer than UX designer, and the case study is very much UX designer based. So that's the thing. So they are currently around here again, and from a hiring person point of view, once again, you want to be there. You want to be in the visual section and just get hooked to people with the visuals. This is interesting. This is Brazilian. Brazilian. Um, apps using system font does that no longer result in very inconsistent design? It does, but um, this is a some people are gonna hate me for this. This is a bit of a bias toward Apple design, in the sense that Apple has some sort of a font that is pretty good for UI specifically. Inter is close to the SF symbols and SF UI, SF Pro fonts. So that's why we're using Inter in most of the things, but SF symbols and San Francisco as a font is really good. Most people are not, again, most people on Apple devices are not changing the fonts that they are using for system. The changing the font is something that is very much Android based. A lot of people on Android are just like changing the font to have something that is better, or changing the font to have something that is just more aligned with what they want to showcase and so on. And therefore, if you know that your target audience and your users are most likely going to be on Apple devices, you going into system fonts basically implies that you have something that looks and feel unified with the system, and therefore feels at home. So that is one of the reasons specifically for system that are like software based, app based, and so on. A lot of people are saying you need to basically implies that this is a system app. This is something that is coming from Apple using like a third party freelancer that has built another app, but it feels as if it was part of the system. It has all of the quirks of the system. So everything that works in, I don't know, photo, for example, would work if it was a photo app in my app that is system design using system fonts, using system stuff, and so on. So it's very much biased toward the Apple ecosystem and would 100% break if the app is cross-platform and have like uh, more reach outside of macOS and iOS. But I also have seen a lot of people doing base system font, as in on Android, for example, I am using the default system font as a forced font. So even if the user were to change the system font that they're using, on the app itself, it's going to revert automatically to the native official original font, which is Google style, and that's what the app is using. So you can use a system font forced as a way to avoid layout issues and design issues in the long term. But yeah, that's a weird thing. I would not necessarily call them back. um, this is such a weird website. Uh, like I this is if you click it change themes, you can drag and drop these, but it doesn't it doesn't do anything. So I don't know what is supposed to happen. I'm clicking on stuff by mistake, and so it's changing the background, inverting the thing kind of. Uh, but there is no past work, there is no information. I just have access to the current company that they're working at. And yeah, I don't know. It piques my attention. Peaked. Um, I don't know exactly about ChatGPT using system font on Windows. Technically, I'm not necessarily using Windows and changing the fonts on my end, so I don't know. But yeah, there is also something that is kind of complicated to have of fetching um like system font and making sure that you have them and they are available, because technically speaking, using the San Francisco font outside of an app is not allowed. So outside of the uh, Apple ecosystem, you are not supposed to have access to the San Francisco fonts, or at least use them. So if you are building an app for the Apple ecosystem, then you're good. If you're building an app for the macOS ecosystem, then you're good. But if you're building a website and you're using the San Francisco fonts, you will get cease and desist and things in the mail. So that's it's a bit of a weird thing. Um, so this one is interesting, and then Jafazo, we can take a look at some of the things that I've worked in the past if you want to. Yes, that's an option. This stands out because it's just like it's weird. Visually speaking, it's interesting. Could call them, might not because of some of the things that they have in there, but overall good. Clean content, clean ID, and the fact that this animation is something that we have seen on someone else's project earlier today means that again, these people are all connected and they all know each other. So I'm just gonna move on. This is interesting. Visually speaking, it stands out because there is a bit of an animation here. If I did just load, I would arrive on this thing, and that's about it. Um, and it's cool. No complaint about it. I mean, complain about it, but like no complaint about it. And then again, they are like Spotify has a client, Apple has a client, Google has a client. God damn, like they are illustrators. So obviously, there is something in there that is very important to remember, which illustrators, and specifically three illustrators, they are relying on the visuals all the times, and you don't really have a choice. Like it's either that or not that, or nothing else. So yeah, um, so that's 3D illustrators thing. The website in question has a lot of videos, so I'm expecting this to be kind of heavy. But they are really good. Like the outputs are really good, and everything that they have created is really nice. So if I needed someone in 3D, I would probably contact them. We've seen that last time, and then that is I'm already out. Okay, same thing as last time, and then we go into one of the project that I've worked on, like the last project that I've worked on, corporate speaking, so that you can have a bit of an idea. Um, when the page loads, by the time that this highlights, I'm out. It took way too long, and because we are on portfolio number 40 right now, uh, I am not paying attention. If the thing is taking more than 3 seconds, 5 seconds to load, I'm probably out already. So, yeah. These, however, are very interesting IDs for your mockups. So I would have missed this. The fact that this is interactive is pretty cool. The feed is good. I would say that might be the only thing that's cute. That might be the only thing that I can kind of see in there, where the feed has a lot of benefits. I wouldn't have that animation at the top because it threw me out, but that's a pretty good thing. Let's. I was about to say, let me just click on things. Apparently, I can't click on shit. So that's not good. But, you know. I see. Well, fine. Interesting. Anyways. Anyways. Um, so yeah, most Larkin for you specifically, I think, and for Denny as well. I think right now people are looking for visuals first, and then human is going to go into the first the first call if it happens, and then on second call and third call and like the rest of the thing, you're going to be in between these two, and then the last call is going to be in the C-suites presenting strategy, skills, and so on. But basically, the visuals is what is going to hook the people to, or the hiring managers to be like, okay, cool, that's something that I can work with. They are good enough, or they have enough understanding of the project thing that we are working on to be considered. Like one of the reasons why I've been considered for some of the company that I've applied to and then had a call, so reached there, was because I have in the past worked in industries that are very much the same as the company in questions. So if I'm showcasing something, like let's say I'm applying for a language learning app, and I showcase a language learning app on my end, it means that my onboarding time is going to be cut by half, if not more, simply by the fact that I have the understanding already of the market, of some of the things that needs to happen in a language learning app project, and that helps and is some of the reason or one of the reasons why I got some of the interviews. Not saying that I aced the interviews, but like that is one of the reasons. Um, Such Fazo, if I show you something like, let's use the backup for this. Let me load the components, and I guess the best thing would be for me to load old as well, but I don't think I have it loaded here. Yeah, I don't. Um, so this is one of the last project that I've worked on, corporate wise. This is a full design system slash UI kit system for a company that had pivoted from a very enterprise slash consumer product focus to something that was only enterprise. So from B2C to B to B2B only. And so we went into the system of defining everything that goes into, the design system, the UI kit, how things are supposed to be used, and so on. This is based on the Untitled UI kit. So this is some of the things that we have done, creating some additional illustrations, icons, and so on. From that foundation thing, we moved into the components. So splitting the entirety of the project into every possible elements that we would have the need for, and making sure that we have enough um, documentations on each of said components to explain to the devs and or to anyone that comes in after what is used, how it's used, and so on. So going with the regular documentation with the specs plugin to give everything, like all the information, all of the things, the visuals and such. So all of that is the type of thing that we have done. There is like a ton of components in that project specifically to just showcase. I think I'm entering the input field on this one. Yep. Input field is always like the most complete and complex components. So that's a lot of things, but the work in question and the most important work is the project on its own. So this is a project management software type of thing, project portfolio management software. So it's when you are managing more than one project at a time and you're managing multiple teams, and you need to make sure that all of your teams are going in the right direction and so on. They are going through workflows and processes uh, that are kind of different from team to team. And we needed to have something that is kind of aligned and helping them to, well, better reach the goals, but most importantly, knowing exactly when to kill projects before it just burn too much money. So that's the base of thing. In there, I have so much information about like build. Um, like this is how you build a UI. This is what it's composed of. Here is how it behaves. And then we have some native behaviors. Kate, hi, welcome in. Native behaviors of what is where and how it works. So the reason for this, for me specifically, is if I do something like this and I tell you this is the UI that you will use if you hover something or you click on something, it will look like this. Like that's the menu in question. Um, this is done, and then I don't need to think about it ever again. And so I have made a point in that company specifically to say, well, I will have every single base elements, base activities, base things displayed in that page. And then if you need to reference anything, it's going to be somewhere around here. So that's the, it was kind of close. I saw that from the corner of my eye. That's, that's bad, which means I'm not going to make it. Uh, so I did that, which is pretty good. Am I going to just make it by a hair? No. Yeah. God damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. First landing in a month. And then experimenting with themes just to, see how things would work. The main idea with this was ensuring that the clients that we had could have themable thing, because the previous clients on the before the pivot for that brand, we had a lot of customization for the brands. They had their own pages and so on. So, um, it happens. Have fun at work. Enjoy the walk. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon. Enjoy work. Enjoy the work. Um, so that is one of the thing, and then I don't know how much fucking you want to do, but yeah, uh, 4-6 is kind of weird. um, and then we end up on this thing, which is the the base system. I'm kind of explaining the way that I work, and not necessarily the project in question, visually speaking. But it is a very simple app enclosure situation, and you have a ton of options and a ton of subtools within said app. So that's a project that we have uh, done, and basically once we decided to pivot from the previous thing to this thing, it was so good, and the idea was so good that the company got acquired. Basically 6 months, 8 months, not 6 months. Uh, let's say a year after we decided to do the pivot. So we did the thing. There was a round of investors, and during that round of investors, someone said, "Oh yeah, we would love to acquire you because we were thinking about building something similar," and they did. So that's uh, that's the thing. But yeah, that's the project. The work is very simple, and then specifically, which is a bit of an interesting presentation as well. This is the page where I'm working. So when I'm in need of a specific sub page of the project, it's going to be in there. But as soon as I need to showcase for the rest of the users, aka the devs, the marketing teams, and so on, how things work, I have dedicated pages that are going to be explaining to the user how things are supposed to be used, what are the steps, what are the things that can be used in there. So you have like empty states, presentation for the upload, presentation for the failings, presentation for when you need to remap some field within the CSV. So all of that was a bit of a fun thing for me, but also making sure that you have all of the information, all of the previews uh, outside of the work section. So all of these pages, which obviously right now you can't see most of the pages because, but all of these are subsections. Um, like we have a section for the custom fields, and so every single field got a dedicated page that showcase. Okay, so a field with a date is looking like this. On hover, it looks like this. On click, it looks like this. When you try to edit it, it's going to look like this. That makes sense. If the field needs to be specified or created, these are the controls that you have access to. So all of that is the type of thing that I used to do, and then I stopped, and then I stopped with that company specifically. But yeah. Uh, also love to do that because it makes sense. Adding notes to the devs and say, you know what? Maybe we're doing too much. Maybe we're doing too much. So yeah, if you have questions about what it is and other questions about the work, please do. That's some of the corporate work that I've worked on. Stony, what the fuck do you need with the login section? You say you're ready to fuck. So yeah. Your file made me turn into a slideshow that was crazy. Make them fit in the app like it's not external. Oh, you mean the thing that looks like Keycloak right now? You want them to look like they are part of the design. I see. I see. Didn't I do that already? Damn. I didn't. I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd probably go with that as a base. That would be a good start. That would be a good start. I feel like here. Let me. Oh my god. Cool. Cool. So I do think that this one is pretty good as a starting point, because if you already have done the effect at the top and so on, this is a pretty cool idea. Um, and if we just do somehow, um, if we add the logo back at the top, it might be a bit not good. Can you working on anything? it's just it's just bad. That's what it is. It's just bad. We can't we can't work on anything. This whole thing is broken. So I want this to go the fuck out. Maybe I keep the inputs. That's the reason why I have this. Keep that. Not keep that. Let me. Damn. Let me remove these. Move that down. Kickstart has many user-facing screens depending on the outflow needed. It doesn't really matter. Technically, as soon as you have the input components, the card for the model itself, and the buttons, you should be fine. Like, you shouldn't need to think too much about it. I think. So, yeah, I'm just gonna do that very quickly because it makes sense. So we want our input number one to have two inputs, one checkbox, 1.5 buttons, uh, roughly. So I could split that here, might work. And then you have and then you have two buttons and the footer section that might need to be. I don't mind this, but I kind of do. So, email, password, that thing. Sorry, I'm just noticing something that is really bad. Okay, cool. This one would have somehow a helper text that is supposed to be the forget password situation. And my helper has no icon, but it does have a left line officially. Um, and that we should have. Fair point. What happened? You have points? Did I call that toggle? I think I called that checkbox. Yeah. Let's reset it. And then we don't have the helper on this. Officially, we're supposed to be just like, remember me. Use that instead. I don't like the fact that it's not aligned. Uh, but this is fine. This is fine. Remember me is going to be there, and then you have your buttons. So this is going to be replaced by the regular buttons. Have a good rest of your day. I mean, take his day. You might be back. You never know. Take care of yourself. Take care of the meds, and so it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Are you taking the 44? Seems like a better option. And then I don't know what the try another way is. That's a question that I have for you, Stony, because right now I don't have any information about this, which is fine. In the meantime, I'm going to duplicate that, move that underneath, remove these two things because it makes no fucking sense. Duplicate this, put them officially side by side. Not ideal. I know. We'll see you soon. 8 on this. Fill in. And fill in. And then these two are going to use something else. We're going to see other stuff later. It's going to be fun. That is going to be filling as well. And we have officially no icon on the left. We're supposed to have an icon on the right. The icon is probably going to be the login icon. Did I dash it? I may have. That's a task import. This is not what I asked. Did I call it door in and door out? I think I did. Yeah. I think what that's what I said. Does it make sense? I don't think it makes sense. I uh, I don't think it makes sense. What do you mean Apple login button? Oh my God. Fine. Um, say it's gonna be fine. I'm just gonna use the task import instead. And I have a feeling that Excel is gonna be a bit better, but I don't think you'd fuck with that. I would. I would. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting behavior. Um, I was like this. I see. I see. Uh, so the only thing that I see here, for example, is potentially doing something like this, as usual. Um, yes, this is a real product. This is Stoney's product. It had better be a real product. It's sunken two. Most custom product. I did that probably, yeah. We have the top enrollment screens, social linking screens, and such. Yeah, but this is going to be mostly automated, right? Right? No! Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. What do we have here? We have color alpha 4. And we could do that. Use an 8 or 9, I guess. I guess an 8. It's a subtle enough thing. This is kind of big. I feel like moving to a 14 would be a better option for this. Just regular here. It's not accessible, I know, but it kind of works. It kind of works. These buttons, as far as I remember, we don't have the social acquisition buttons things, so I don't know exactly. I'll check the mail in a second. Thank you. I'll check that in a second. Let's change. So that's interesting. I just saw something in the controls. If we just want to keep up, even though I don't like this, but it works, I could but this is bad. This is really bad. Um, I could. So you have GitHub, Google, and Apple sign in. Apple is going to be a pain in the ass. It's fine. I'm going to do something that I'm not supposed to do. So don't do it, but do it still. This is not supposed to exist, but it works and it's the best way that we have to align shit like this. Um, and so here, we want to have the GitHub logo and then Google logo. Yeah, it's an option as well. Not a bad option. It's just like it's an option as well. Do I not have the other option? Oh my god. Fuck me. I think you should have them by default. The reason why I'm kind of skeptical about this specifically is that the design of these buttons is specific, and Apple is a bit of a pain in the ass. Google as well lately, and you shouldn't necessarily like restyle them, or at least not restyles them too much. Not that it matters, but it's just like small details, small thing that could change in the future. So, you know. Let me just check the work font. Have I not? I feel like I should have an Apple logo, which is not there. That's crazy. That's crazy. I also should have. We should have like a store, um, a store thing. Nonetheless, what I want to do here is just I feel like that's pretty good. Yeah. The sad part here is that I can't publish it. This is probably turning me into a slideshow. I'm gonna say that. Also, yes, the Google icon being broken is on purpose. Don't worry about it. It's just because the original one is multicolors and I don't like it. So we're supposed to be. Don't tell me this is gonna happen. Oh my god, it is gonna happen. Huh? I know what I have to do. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't wanna. Sure, we're going in. Welcome back. How are you? What do you mean? They're great icons. You know the icons. Great icons. Great icon. Great icon. Makes sense. Sometimes you need that. You know, says sometimes it happens. Um, I am tempted to do that, and I feel like it's probably gonna work. And that, based on sizes, allows us to do this as an option, but also allows us to reset the sizes. And what you said, so we have 99% of the thing. The only thing that we don't have is the new users register. And I like the reason why I'm not sure about putting it at the top is because I know it's not secure, and I know it's a brute force thing that is not as good. But mm, um, if you just want the logo in the center, that's an option, but it ends up being somehow not accepted by some of the brands. That's also one of the things. Like they are okay with sorry. They're okay with having the name, or they require the name to be displayed in these things. So that's that's the thing. Anyways, so we can move that up. Certainly, that's an option. Like sign in with this, or and currently you have the titles there, which is pretty good. You also have the language, which I think is not necessary, but why not? And the other thing that I was thinking about was this, which obviously, god damn it. So that is supposed to be filling container, centered, these filling container, we good. And that is filling as well, but we should be fine. And the ID right here is going to be, can we get it at 420? We could get it at 420. In English. So the thing is, it really depends, and we are missing the header title that needs to happen right there. And I'm gonna just duplicate this and place it on top so that it's somewhere. But if you do this with the buttons at the top, it kind of works in the same way that the clerk and others authentication thing works. The thing is, some people are expecting activities and so on. So I would rather have them at the bottom than at the top for ease of use, and specifically if you're using it on mobile, because they are the quick access it's easier to just click on one of these. And then the other very important thing on this one, that right now I'm using the gray option, which is not what I want to have. I would rather use a secondary instead, if that's an option for me, than anything else. Like the secondary gray is going to be a bit of a better option. Um, and if you had a fourth SSO, I feel like you would wrap things uh, next to each other and or vertical stack. Like it depends on the amount. Um, yeah, because we don't have the Apple logo right now. That's the it ain't cute. Shit cute. As I mentioned, I would rather you use the native key cloak buttons for these if you have access to them. Like if you have things that are presetted with Keycloak, I would rather you use that instead of whatever that is here, because that's a thing. And again, the thing that I was talking about, and I didn't about this, is that it might be. Let me see if I can go um, on here. Um, what do you mean Dribble has one of these things? Uh, can I find one of them? So a lot of people are doing these, and that's the button that I have in my head in terms of visuals, like cleaner, simpler, and so on. But the thing that I kind of want to showcase potentially is some people, and apparently it's not going to happen. Um, some places and some login screens have some sort of yeah, have these at the top, as in a sign in, sign up, so that we don't have the button at the bottom that says, oh, you don't have an account yet, just sign up. So instead of having this, we just have signing, sign up, and logins that are just swaps in between the two, which I think is an interesting thing. But it's a pattern that is not necessarily the most obvious and most common of all. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. But it would simplify and remove the footer entirely, which I think is good. You know, it depends. Um, ah, my God. I don't know. Could. Uh, let me bump that to 5 or 6. Let's just a bit more contrast on this. Um, and then I doubt this would work, but we gonna try anyways. I'm just gonna duplicate this, put it on top, change that for, how did I name that? Tabs? Apparently I did. Apparently I did. Hmm. I don't know. Hmm. I don't know. I'm unsure now. No left icon for sure. Probably a right icon that could be interesting. No tags. And I have a feeling that it would be interesting if there were a line left, but that also will be weird. So, for the sake of right this instant, I'm going to try something and we'll see if it works. So this one is going to be sign up or sign in. And this one is just sign up. And that. Eh. This is not good. This is not what we want. This is not the icons we want. You know what? Yeah. We don't really have a size, but that's a system that kind of works. Let me just do this really quickly for the sake of, as always, checking things. Why is Figma so not working? What the fuck? Because this one is working. That's anyways. Making sure that things work. They don't. That's expected. I'm not there. One of them is the button. Slate solid 12. Same here. That's true. uh, bitch. I don't know if I like the segment control at the top. Now that I look at it, I think it's too clunky. and it doesn't add anything. Um, I have a question for you though. Where is this going to be? Like, is it going to be the exact same spot, in which case there are some changes to do in the background as well? Or is this something that is going to be somehow an overlay on the landing page? Because if that's the case, we can remove the logo at the top and just have the messaging at the top, which would be highly appreciated to just have the sign into your account at the top right away. That would help a lot. I see. If that's not the case, if that's not a feasible thing, we could have a skeleton version of the app in the background, like we already have right here, I think. Where is you? I think yeah. You could have that skeleton of the app in the background if that's an option, so that you have the logo here and then we have the inputs just as a floating model without anything in there, because you're not logged in just yet. So that makes sense, kinda. So you would just not have this, and that way we can remove the logo from this. That's let me show you what I mean. Let me show you. So if we do this instead, and we have that. Mm-hmm. uh, you know what? 28 probably. And then we could go medium just for the sake of there. Um, Making it field container, removing this, ensuring that my top section is 16 all around so that we are aligned. Um, and then with none of that thing, I feel uh, something like this would be much appreciated if we did this with that. Sorry. This shit, we're calling. How are you? How's the day going? Can I reset that? Can I fully reset it? Yes. Um, Pretty good. A bit tired as always, but overall pretty good. We're on 16, so let's move on to 16 regular. Gotta bump that to. I would love to not be at that level, but that's fine. And then, if that's the page in question that we're placing things on, I feel like this could work, but also this just floating underneath. I feel like this is a bit of a good option. Um, it could work. It could work. forgot. And that's such a weird thing. This is at 32. Oh, that's the reason. I see. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we might need to just bump that to, for accessibility's sake, just a smidge. Um, let's check. So if that's the thing, God damn it, we do it like this. This is fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. And you end up with the logo in the top left, where it's going to be the sign into your account in the center, and like sign in with email right there, and then a sign in button, or sign in with one of these things, which is an option. And then if you don't have an account yet, you have the register button, which is supposed to not be there, but you know, whatever. It's probably gonna be the way I do it, if possible. God damn it. I don't know why. That fucking icon is always gonna move around. Did I do that properly? I did. That's crazy. I wouldn't have thought I did, but I did. Uh yeah. I feel like that works, Stoney. I don't know what you think on this one, but I feel like that kind of works. We might want to have um a slate for on the border just for not highlighting, but like elevating it from the floor. I think that this is going to help. Obviously, these needs to change, and obviously, but just for right now, because I don't really have the things. Yeah, dang. Does this thing has a border? What the fuck? No, we keep that, but we change the rest. I need the other icons that. God damn it. I don't want the cat. I want the octopus for GitHub. The cat icon is looking like shit. And then that's just Google. Just um I don't like them. That's the I feel like this is the most important part. It's just like it doesn't really work and it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So that's the thing that I don't like. This is gonna be our login thing, so I'm gonna use that here and replace it there. Replace it there as well. Anything that is here is supposed to be white on top just for the sake of right now, so that we have the thing. And then go back to the original, and I'm gonna add to this a slate a slate. It's just 3 or 4. I think 4 is the one that I used on light mode. So if I just do that, we are kind of good. It's gonna work for this. It's gonna work for this as well. It's just highlighting it a bit better, which is good. And then from there, the only change that needs to happen when you switch is you are getting more fields. Like that's about it. So if we create that and get, I don't know, 32 in between the two, just for the sake of something, register. Right, on this thing, we don't have a helper, which is good. We don't have, I mean, we do have a remember me kind of thing because we need the data consent thingy that is necessary. The thing that I have in my head, I can't. The thing that I have in my head is the fact that if you have the ability to log in with these, you probably have the ability to register with these, and therefore they should probably be here. Also, so that's you know, that's the thing. What? Password, confirm, first and last name. It's very French as well. It's kind of funny. Also, you sent me this, and it's it's easy for anything that is coming from outside of Japan, but there is a ton of things that don't match. Like they are still using external words that they are like written in katakana instead of kanjis, um, that they are using for something else. So, for example, um, the way that you define a bag in Dutch, like what's the word for backpack or school bag in Dutch? I think just bag. Ah, it's not. God damn it. Um, the I forgot if we have answer. No, but yeah, kinda. So Rondoseru, which apparently is the real world, but in reality, in Japanese, we chop off the do, so it's just Ranseru, which is lençol, is school bag, and it's coming from I think either Portuguese or Dutch. I forgot exactly which one it is. Um, and yeah, it's not exactly the same. So in French, lancel is a bit of a different thing, but the word is similar, and yeah, and there is a ton of them in Japanese, which is like not the best of the best because you end up with not really understanding what people are talking about because it's such a it's the same word that you are used to, but they are using it in a very different way. The best that I have is mental. So if you mental, no, mental, yeah, but like not. I do, but yeah. uh, Mansion, which is the original one, which sounds like a mansion, is condominium in English, which is basically just a flat. And it's the type of thing that happens in Japanese, which is kind of, it happens. Before I do that, though, why is Figma such a bitch? That's probably the reason why they are ghosting me. Um, what do you mean that does change the screen a lot? Design wise or something else wise? And I mean, if you don't have the terms of conditions, or if you already have, um, oh, so you enter your email first, and then the password is the second step. Is that what's happening? And usually it's going to be the email code. That's good. I mean, that's better. It's the thing that I said earlier. It's going to be um, like not good for brute forcing because for me, I would just give you like enter your email, and then if we detect that you exist on the database, we give you the password. If we detect that you don't exist on the database, we give you the create an account. But that also means that people that don't have um, like that don't know and just want to check if someone is in the database already, they can check if the email is recognized or not. And that's not exactly security wise the best. So, you know, I know I'm talking security. I am talking about security and privacy and shit like this. Wild. Wild. Um, but yeah, no, this is shit. Let's get rid of that. This is fine. Slide them at the top. I do think that I do prefer it, to be honest. I always have preferred the fact that I just enter my email, and then if I already have an account, it just prompt me with the password. If I don't, it prompt me with something else. But it is a concern that I've heard before. So that's I agree. I agree. I caved a smidge. Um, it's not great in terms of sizes. If you decide to not have GitHub, Google, and Apple logins from registers, then we end up with something that is a bit better in terms of height, and that's good. But yeah, other than that, uh, that's the only thing. However, the thing that I need here is, um, oh my god, the thing that I need here is, let's do that instead. My label is not mandatory on this one, and these two are not mandatory either. Uh, is the first name and last name a mandatory thing, or do you have like, or are these things optional? That's what not mandatory means. Because if that's the case, then that would be really good if we just said this. Like if you don't need it, and just the email can work, and first name and last name is, to me, is sensitive data. Again, you are big on privacy. I would not give a shit about the first name and last name of my users. Personally speaking, if I have their emails already, that's enough. So I wouldn't care. But if you do care, then yeah. But nonetheless, if you don't have the needs for this, so let me just go back to what I was saying a second ago. Let me just reset it. If you need this, which is good, and I do agree, register with one of these things is setting up the entire system already, which is pretty nice. If you don't need the first name and last name, we end up with something that is more accessible. And if you don't need the quick access, then we end up with something that is a bit slimmer. So yeah, the main difference is just like sign-in is like this, register just has like one more field. The only thing that I kept that is currently set to remember me, which we want to modify, is Is this? I don't know if you already have. That's the thing that I don't remember in your flow of account creation, because on the screenshot we don't have that. And on the screenshot we have language, and I don't know if you want to have language or if you want to detect browser language and use that instead. But that's a thing that we can add as well. Very simply. Very simply. Yeah, but is this a behavior that you want to keep? That's the question there. Because if you don't want to keep it, you know, it's fine. It's fine. So technically, I'm going to just give you the one that has everything, and then you decide if you want something that is different or not. And I'm going to do the exact same thing with this one, that you have all the variations already set up, already good. Everything is working. Why am I typing in Japanese? Something's wrong. Something's wrong with the spacing. Uh, so there is also something that is halfway interesting, important, potential. I don't know. In the regular um, register cards, let's hope for the best. Oh my god. Sign up then. In the regular sign up cards, some people are doing this, which is having I have read and agreed to the terms and conditions above the sign up button, and some people are putting it under. It's uh, it's a bit of a weird thing. I am on the team to put it above, but if you would like to put it under, it's also an option. It will change a bit of the spacing in between things, but it's just like, in order to reach that level, you kind of need to read and accept the terms and conditions first before you can press the button. So in reality, as long as this is not visible, this is going to be in the disabled state that we don't have. So it's fine. Um, but yeah, that is one of the things that I'm like, if we keep it on top, I just need to concise them together just a smidge so that it just makes a bit more sense and the spacing makes a bit more sense, and then the rest is fine. But yeah, I don't know if it's possible, but if I can have a button that dynamically swaps between login when a password is filled or request emails code, would you rather have switching button or two buttons? Oh, you don't need the external login? I would rather have them, to be honest. Didn't you say you needed them a second ago? You said you should be able to directly register from OIDC, and then now you're saying register does not need the external login buttons. Hmm. Um, if it's possible, if I can have a button that dynamically swap between login when a password is filled or request email code. I don't get it. Yeah, um that's why I have them there. Because some people might say, "Oh, I don't have an account, and this is a signing thing." But I don't have an account, so I'm going to click on register, and then I still wanted to register with Apple, but I thought, you know, um, I don't think that works. If you enter your email and we detect that, you know, the email is used on the database and we say we sent you a code, then it basically means that you do this. You start here. You don't have the password that is presented. You probably just have this, right? That's the thing. I press probably next or something in the form. So I do that, and then I press next. It checked the database, or maybe on enter, whatever. When I do so, it prompts me um, with that thing that is either code from the email, like we sent you an email for easy access, or password that you can type. And if you have code security, I feel like why bother with the password, anyways? Like it's one level of security on top, and in that case, it's just a matter of like every time you can have the code from the email, and you can't have the brute force of security of knowing if the person is part of the database or not. Because if you create an account and you start with just email and then you have verify your account type of thing, and it asks you for the rest, maybe that could work, but I don't know. It feels weird. Um, yeah, I wouldn't say only. I think the password is a recovery method that is less secure than the email code. Kinda, not really, but kinda. Um, like the password could have been cracked and part of a data breach and a data leak that happens if every time that you want to connect to your account, you received an email that says, here is your unique code that is available for the next 15 minutes. It's more secure in a way, and therefore you just like have the thing. In which case, check it out. Mm-hmm. Why is this shit underlined? Sorry, that's not that was not supposed to happen. I just I just noticed this is not supposed to be underlined. Um um yeah, we sent the code to blah blah blah. That's officially the second line right there, which I obviously haven't done. Um I can never type this fucking word. Yeah, sending new code is resend, basically. Um, and change email is cancel, go back. So that's that would be the thing. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessary to mention that it's on a timer. Um, this always has been kind of weird to me every time that I have had a code thing. It's just like, do I really care about the timer? I don't personally know. I see. Sorry, I see something that you've done, Stony, by mistake, I'm guessing. Uh, yeah, that's crazy. Size-wise. Size-wise, crazy. Um, it happens. Yeah, you can have a pass key as well. It's just a bit more complex to figure out and put in place. But if Keycloak is allowing it, then yeah, do it. Highly recommend. Passkey is going to be like such an automatic things, and I would rather do that. Yeah, same system, same ID. Um, yeah, but the masked email is security reasons. I know it doesn't sound like much because you are the one that is typing it, but sometimes, and that is why we have masked emails with the asterisk and so on. It's just some people are trying to ensure that the email exists, and they also sometimes have had access to lost emails. And in said lost emails, there are some things that are just click here to reset your passwords or something like this. And so when you send the code back, the email in question needs to be not highlighted. But I do agree with you that if you made a mistake in terms of the gmail.com, then yeah, it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to figure out with that system. Not gonna lie, that is true. That is true. I'm dying right now. This is pretty. This is pretty fine. Um, the thing is, if you do sign in with passkey, it's roughly the same thing as signing up with email code. Um, like I would do, I would rather have um, email only on sign in button. It sends me a code by email and then I have to enter it, or I have set up a passkey already and then I click the passkey. I have the thing from NotPass or my system that is just telling me, oh yeah, use the passkey, and then I'm done. Rather than having the ability to click on email me a login code, like this is kind of not great. And the good thing with any of these two is that you don't have a password. Um, you don't need a forget password flow. And yeah, I like that a lot, obviously. Well, not really. The passkey is something that is not handled by you, which is good. Like, I mean, you know how it works. But here, for example, if like the flow is gonna be that's my passkey and that's it. So if I say use the passkey that is registered, I'm gonna go through that. So there is nothing in there. The forget password flow doesn't exist anymore. That's the good thing because you don't need it. And then the email code is just sending you this, sending you to that model thing, and that's it. Because it's just you just rely on the email code every time, which I think is really good. I just noticed something that is really bad. Mm, mm. God damn it. Oh my god. Yeah. That's the type of shit that an AI should pick up on. Oh my god. but but I feel like this is gonna be faster if I just say main component is the same. I think. I think. But what do you mean by the flow? Which flow do you need? Because right now I don't know. Also, I'm probably gonna turn into a slideshow again because of this shit. My bad. My bad. That's my fault. That's my fault. I said it would be faster, but apparently not. Um, that reminds me of something which is pretty important. Um, the the Framer update with the amount of AI stuff that they have added, and the Figma update with the new agents and so on. One of my gripes with it is the fact that they mostly have uh, use cases that are showcased that are just things that plugin do, and things that can be manually in a way that is like much faster than if you know are online. Also, I'm thinking, sorry, this is not what I was supposed to do. I'm gonna just reload the phone tab potentially. Um, main component, and I think size is gonna help. And I think if I put it in position as well, 0, 0 is gonna help as well to limit the amount of potential eligible things. More context. Um, in order to help you visualize the flow in question, yes, but it's not gonna be as also I can't do shit while this is running. So basically I don't exactly know when you have your login sign up button to slide in. Like in my head it's here. So I'm there. I get the I get to sign in. So I sign in. I get this. The flow here is going to be pretty simple. It's just enter your email with a with one button. Potentially, either the try another way is going to be your passkey type of thing. Specifically, if you have two, like just if you just have two options, it's going to be just passkeys, and or sign in with the other options. And so if I click on passkeys, it just triggers the automatic things. If I click on sign in with just my email entered, it then send me a code by email and just show me the code thing. However, or not necessarily however, but like in a way, what you can do is trick the system and say, if we have that user in the database, we send them a one-time password to log in. If we don't, we send them a link that is sending them the code, or that code specifically is going to basically trigger the registration flow with the manual password as recovery option, even though I don't think it matters at this point. And the first name and last name if you really care about it. But even then, that means that if you don't have an account, we send you a one-time code that lets you log in. Now you have an account, and your account is empty, and that's it. So it removes the registration flow entirely, which could be very good. But that's a good. God damn, this shit is slow as fuck. I could have been done by then. We have the others. Did the other do that? That's probably the reason. Does that help a bit? Um, well, it's not necessarily password less, but it's password less for the user. So basically, you just have the password is the one-time code that they receive by email, and that's it. So that they don't need to remember password. The password manager doesn't need to have anything other than potential passkeys or the email that has been used for that specific account. Um, and that's it. I mean, I I would say password registration would be a good thing for security reasons if one time you figure out that your email services is kind of down, user can still log in with their password, manual passwords, because it still works, so that's an option. Um, but it's just, again, from someone like yourself that is pretty involved in the security and so on, I feel like going passwordless is a bit of a better security option, but it still needs some sort of a recovery option, which technically the email is the recovery option. So, in a way, in a way, might not be the most challenging things. So we're missing this one. Did we miss another one? I feel like we did. I don't know why. My brain's telling me I missed one or two or 16. I didn't. Good. They have a proper logo name. Um, so yeah, with a password less thing that gives us this is out. Remember me is out. Technically, it kind of is, but it let's say it's automated as in 30 days native thing. You then end up with a secondary. Oh damn! Yeah, I can't do that. With a secondary button that would be um, login with passkeys, and yeah, I am. I am. It's just the light mode, dark mode switch, uh, where the header right there, I can't. I didn't select or create dark mode, light mode elements there. It's just is dark is a common thing, but it's just like no. Um, no, Netflix logs me out after they don't. That's the thing. They log me out after a period of inactivity, which I think is uh, more than 30 days. But they do the check. Um, they do the check of who's watching. That is a bit of a trigger for their location-based checks. So, for example, when my ex used to have access to my Netflix, before I had a bit of an issue with it and I had to change the password, and then I just told them, like, eh, password's going to change and Netflix is going to go down. I'm not going to subscribe to Netflix anymore. So, bye. But before that, because they are in Vancouver in Canada, so Netflix was kind of not really happy with the fact that we were password sharing. Um, but that happened. So at times there were some things that were saying we logged you out. But yeah, no, I don't. I mean, my iPad is uh my iPad has never really been disconnected, and I think, let me just check. I think my phone, which is supposed to have Netflix on it, which I haven't touched, no open, no anything for like months, I'm still logged in. That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah. Damn. Look at the buttons. Ah. Oh my God. They couldn't decide if they wanted square buttons or rounded buttons, and yeah. And then these buttons are very square. I don't like this. What do you mean the scroll is not working? Oh, God damn. Yeah, I don't know. It's laggy a bit. It's laggy a bit with these buttons, God damn. Also, right now I can't really interact with anything. Makes no sense. Anyways, it depends on you. Um, it depends on you basically for the passwordless situation. I don't really know. I don't have a big preference on what it is. I feel like security wise, it might be better to provide multiple options uh, and let the user say, oh, maybe I just want to log in with email and password and be good, but you have the option with passwordless, which is like send me a code. Send me a code is kind of cute. I don't know. I think Slack was the original democratization of the magic link of uh, just give us your email and we'll send you a magic link to log into all of your servers at once. And or at least that's when it became more popular than before. And it kind of died off. Um, yeah, I mean, use password instead is an option as well. Like, I. So the reason why it pisses me off is basically on the usual flow of you forgot your password and so on. You have somehow the need for sub steps. And when you have a code that you receive, you don't want to give so much options. You want the user to just say, "Oh yeah, here's the code. That's it. Oh, I didn't receive the code. Let me do that." But I already feel like this is cramped for what it is. Like you have the input that is here, title didn't receive, send again, which technically should be somewhere around here for quality checks, whatever. You know, consistency. um, no, to answer your question, no. Basically, if I reach this view, it means that you sent me the code already. Like, at least you should have. And if from here I can say, oh, let me enter my password instead, you basically sent me an email for no reason. And that's a waste of resource. And specifically, if you have something that is paid, like if you have an email service that is paid, I don't know if that's the case. Um, Useless waste, a lot of waste. So yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, no. um, but but we could do something different. Yeah, the thing is, your that's something that I've checked and known in the past. I don't know exactly how your hosting package is working, so that's a different thing. But in some hosting packages, you have a limited amount of email that you can send. And as always, I'm rooting for the success of the project. And potentially, if you have, I don't know, it blows up and you get 500,000, a million user in one day, sending a million email, is that including in your hosting package? I don't really know. And, like that's the type of thing that might not be good. And specifically, if it's like automated in that direction, then you end up with something that is like potentially not as good. So anyways, the brain is saying maybe instead of automatically sending code, we could have email password, magic link, and sign up and sign in. Um, but yeah, again, I love unbiased. I I love this, personally speaking, if it works. But this is great. And that system makes sense to me, at least. Um, Like the last use is really cool. It happens a ton on um, things that I logged in with GitHub, for example. It just helps. And then uh, here, that's also pretty simple, you know. So based on what CyberSec was saying, you have the ability to change the username from there. So that's good. And using other methods is the option. It gives me the blocked out email. The fact that I've used that before. That's new. So I do like the simplicity of this. I do like the simplicity of Clerk, obviously. As mentioned before, the Clerk is free for the first 50,000 users, and then it starts being like 2,500, 2K a month, and it's not viable. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what you prefer on this one. Also, why today? Usually this thing doesn't load, that image doesn't load, but now it's loaded. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. I need to pee. 1 second. It does. Yeah, no, it does. Um, it kind of also implies and add another complexity concern. Um, but I don't know if the service that you're currently using is providing passwordless as an option. If that's the case, then that's easy to put in place. If that's not the case, then you may have like a bit more of a hard time to figure out how to go through the passwordless system. Uh, but not against it. Not against it. Easy. I mean, easiest thing is just exactly what I showcased a second ago of uh, login options at the top. So clerk is doing um, the stack, right? So first you have welcome back because I clicked on sign in. If I clicked on register, right, get started, I would have create an account, which, is there. It's not passwordless on this one. This would be passwordless, but like whatever. Um, and regardless, if I click on continue with Google, for example, on this one specifically, it's going to register me and check that I already exist and then just log me in. So that's just, I'm guessing Keycloak is doing the exact same thing. But nonetheless, so it gives me the options. For you, it would be GitHub, Google, and Apple. That's the three options that you have, or email. And then when you click the email, it then send me the code, and that's it. Um, but that's the to me that's the easiest thing. The only difference is that we have it the other way around. So that means that your initial sign in, create an account system is basically just this. And it's just like sign in, sign up. And if you say email and you say sign in or next, technically, I would say I would rather have next as a button because you go to the next step. It's not dedicated to, whatever. Um, and that's it. And then the next step is just this. And then you enter the code and you sign in. And if it was your first time, you enter the code and you sign in because you don't need a password anymore. And you don't need, I think, the first name and last name. Um, and or potentially if you really need them, or if at least you need like a username so that the people in your household know who is referring or who is referred by that account and so on, then that is in your onboarding section. So when we reach the onboarding section there, and the person that has done like the whole thing of creating a server and so on, um, it's just yeah. I mean the thing that I'm thinking here is we're gonna do that. Itch. If I have, you know what? I'm gonna need to do that, I think. Yeah. If I have email, like that's to me that's gonna be the thing. Do I have a dual arrow? I feel like I do. One of these. I'm looking for that specific. Uh, like to me, that's basically the. Uh, well, fine. Like that's that's the flow in my head. It's just if the email exists and we have the code, right? Obviously, there is the fucking code in the middle. But if the email exists and we have the code, or and we send the code, and then you logged in, or if the email doesn't exist, we create the account. Technically, we send the code. Same thing. We create the account, and then you logged in. So the only additional step is that if the email doesn't exist, we create an account. Um, I don't think that's going to be a good thing. I don't think that's going to be a good thing, but we'd be surprised. We'd be surprised. That simplify everything. The only thing that is kind of potentially more complex is what happens if the user doesn't have access to the email anymore. Like, oh, this is an email that is coming from, I don't know, my sister, and I don't have access to her email, but I need the code, and she's dead. It happens. Uh, like that potentially is the only time where it's like a password would have been easier than only getting access to the email. Um, and again, this is the recovery route where I don't exactly know which one is going to be best on this. I feel like both are fine, but if we just want to simplify, we just don't have that step right here. Um, so I don't know. I don't know what you think. I don't know what you think about this thing. I'm not against it. Obviously, I don't care. Technically speaking, it's yours. So you do whatever the fuck you want with it. Um, but the only difference is just regardless of having or not having the email in the database, we send the code, and then the account's created if the code is entered. So that way you don't bloat the database either with inactive account. Like the account needs to enter the code that they have received through their emails to create the account. That's it. So you have the code is a bit of a wall of security wall. And that way you don't know as an attacker from external source that is trying to check if the email exists or doesn't exist. You wouldn't be able to know. Like it's just, well, I send the email and it does exist and it tells me that there is a code, but I sent a fake email and it sent me that there is a code. So I cannot guess or know if it's an existing email account on that platform or if I'm currently just creating a new one. Like that's just a bit of security. So it fixes the issue that I was talking about earlier, which is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, this is not something that I was expecting from me to say today, but it is. Not really. Not really. Isn't it just email is entered, code is sent, regardless? And then basically it's that step right here is the validation check. The password that is received, the code is the password that is received. The email that is used is going to be the email, and then the password is underneath. And then when you say sign in, Keycloak validates on saying that email does exist or that email doesn't exist. And if it says that email doesn't exist, it just automatically create an account. So that probably is a Java thing. Um, and then log them in with that one-time thing. But Claude is probably good at Java. I don't know. I don't speak Claude, so I don't. I have no ideas. um, if a form contains the email and it gets submitted, it will be validated. I don't know what that means, but okay. um, but that simplifies the flow, which is an option. Um, however, this is not passkeys. This is email password, like email code, which is Magic Link, not passkeys. So that's that's a different thing. And if you want to have passkey as well, then we just need to have um, like generate a passkey, but not in here. I don't think this makes sense. I think generating a passkey should be in the settings section of the app instead of anywhere else. So basically in my account section there, or there, I forgot which one it is. But like similar to the notification section with the integration, because these are going to be my connectors in some cases, you could create a passkey from your already connected account. Um, like I can do with other apps. Basically, that's the that's what it is. Why do you say it won't work? And what is this in this won't work? It could be anything. Isn't that isn't that already in your settings? Like isn't that already there? Again, you know, I use the thing that I have. But in my settings there, I have my handles, I have my stuff. I don't have anything that is related uh, to Clerk. The only thing that I have is my managed subscription, but I don't really have the the Clerk management thing, which I should. And because if you've made a typo or something, it's just like it's never gonna work. But you know, it should be in there. If I had like a change your email or something, it should be managed by Clerk directly. And right now, I don't think I have, which I should, but I don't think I have. 18 views on the 5th of the 29th last month. Crazy. Crazy. um, mm-hmm. I'm choosing realm. I see. Mm. All right. Well, again, based on now, 100%, this is just you paste this link to Claude and you say, here is the documentation for Keycloak. Here is the design that we have in Figma. Figure it out. Like I don't care. Just make no mistake. That's usually what it is. And it's fine. And usually it works. It goes through. So yeah. However, nah, yeah, that's not gonna work. this is this is not gonna work. At least not for me. Um, other than that, I think you're good. I think most of the like most of the system, at least so far, is stable enough. If you want to do it the original way, start with just this, like email and password and sign in option, like that. That's it. That's the easiest thing to do because it's the current state of things. Create the account as well so that you have something that just looks better, works with Keycloak current behavior, but that's it. And it's like you don't have to change anything. And then if you have the code replies, you use this thing, which is also in your pages. And then later on, once this is running and true and so on, the fact that some previous users have had uh, passwords and that tomorrow these passwords are obsolete and don't work anymore, or it still works but just are not asked for anymore, doesn't change shit. Like it's just like it's fine. It's just one column in the Keycloak array database thing that is just not used anymore and has been replaced by passkeys and one-time email codes. But that's like for later when you figure out exactly how it works. But for now, if you just wanted to have something that looks better, going through these and just saying email and password and social stuff added, good. Creation of an account if necessary, good. And then email code if this is something that needs to happen, good. And you're done. You don't need to think about it too much. And then later, maybe next month when you have more times or things works better or something in your head clicks, then do the password less. But the fact that some people already have some passwords, I don't think changes anything, and I don't think would definitively be a bit of a wall, something that is gonna make you go slower. So I would just do that. I would just do that. It seems like a better option for me to just implement a better design first, and then later implement a better option for login. If you think that's a better option, uh, safer, more secure, whatever. That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. Let me check something. 1 second. Um. Mm. Mm. Fuck. Fuck. Sorry. It's nothing. You don't care about it. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, no, other than that, I don't know. And the thing that Chloe has given you, because this is the case, this is good. Like this does the job. That does the job. I do that. I do that. It would make sense. To me, it does make sense. See, I don't know. It's simple. But again, as you just said, YOLOing it is trouble asking to happen, and it's true. So right now, I would play it safe and just code of paint the existing, and then in about a month, when everything is still working and so on, you can do a bit more. Then yeah, push something like a passport less. That's the easiest methods, I think. Also, Jonathan, are you still lurking? It's the PSJ, Jonathan. I doubt. But we never know. The question is, last time you said, last week, I think, you said that you came on the stream and the stream was already done and you had a topic that you wanted to talk about, but then the stream was done. So if you already have left, then we don't have anything. But if you are still here, maybe tell me. Maybe tell me. I don't know. It depends. It depends. Um, yeah. At least, Stony, at least changing that would be easy. Or should be easy. I don't know. And just following the keycloak patterns of everything that keycloak already has, just restyle with the components in question that we already have, is probably going to be good. And good enough to just make it more interesting. I would say the only thing that I would love to see happen here is the background being a bit different and more aligned with the actual app. And if that's the case, then that's good. If that's not the case, then that's fine. But at least it would kind of work. Sorry. Yeah. You know why I hate this fucking uh border rotation thing? Is it looks like it glitched. It looks like the entire UI glitched on loading. That's why it pisses me off. Because everything is just flashing, and what I'm about to say is a good thing. Take it how you need to take it. But the reason why it's flashing is because your app is too efficient, and we don't have the time to enjoy the rotation of the loader. It's just like as soon as I click, the thing is loaded, and therefore there's no need for anything else. And it looks like it's glitching. So it doesn't serve any purpose except if for some reason internet is dropping or I don't have access to a cleaner connection, then the loading state makes sense. But because it's good, um, I know. But yeah, but that's the thing. Because it's good and it's fast enough and it just loads and it's done. It feels like a glitch. It feels like the border just lights up and then disappears. So one of the things that you could do if you wanted to still have this is to enforce a two rotation minimum type of thing, and maybe have like a time delay for the borders that just says, well, it needs to do like 600 and 720. It needs to do a 720 rotation every time, and it needs to be a smooth rotation. Like we don't really care, but it's at a minimum 720, and it takes 1,200 milliseconds to do the whole rotation twice. You know, um, but that's the minimum that needs to happen in order to just get the effect that, oh, something is loading. Oh yeah, we just like appeared to be on this page at that moment, and that makes sense. But yeah, otherwise it's just like it's such a glitch when things are loading in the background, and you can tell. Like right now I just hovered something and something prefetch. I know, but now it's prefetched. So I opened the page and there is a teeny tiny amount of re-glitch. It's just bad. It's just bad. So yeah, force a smooth 180 degrees or 360 degrees twice. Actually, 600 milliseconds for a 360, force twice. If it needs more time to load, it keeps rotating. But at least you've seen what it is, and it's smooth and it's good and it makes sense and you enjoy it. No, it loads on hover. I know. I can tell. I'm looking at this portion, which is right next to my face. Every time I'm hovering something, I can see the. I mean, specifically when it's not something that I've preloaded. I can see just a flash of nothing, and it's just so bad. Um, which means if it's only on hover and it prefetches content, maybe it's not necessary to have the animation for prefetches, but only for actual loading states. Because right now, if I had like two rotation of 1200 milliseconds, that would be feeling kind of weird and bad and slow and people would not understand why the border is doing things because that's already the case. But you know, like that's a small detail. Anywho, eh? I do need to send you somewhere that's and I think it could work. You exclude prefetch and you add a minimum rotation and a longer time to rotate. I think this is gonna be pretty good because otherwise it just pissed me off. Otherwise, it's just like not a good idea. Not a good idea whatsoever. I was thinking about sending you to Clark, but Clark just started. I think it just pressed the button, which is crazy. This is timing wise, not exactly what we want. Um, but it's probably where we're gonna go. Eh, I do have some complaining to do. That's the thing. So I saw something that just makes no sense. That is not that makes no sense. Um, you're welcome. Yeah, well, yeah. You know what? We're gonna do that. I'm gonna say we're gonna have a raid message for once. That's gonna be the raid message for Cloud. That is the message. Because he just it's right there. It's right there. If you're not a sub, by the way, um, this is gonna be the version of the raid message. It happens. I know. Raid message is crazy. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. I need to go grocery shopping as always on Friday evenings. It is what it is. If you have a question and are not live, as always, join the Discord. If you have a big ass perfume collection like myself, use perfume. And if you have a big list collection of links collection of link, yeah, use that. That's good. It's good. It's neat. We like it. We like it. Anyways, we going to Clark. Use the raid messages for once. I know it's the first time in like I don't know 4 years that we have a raid message, which makes absolutely no sense. And we'll see if it works. We'll see if it does anything. We'll see if he starts faster. I doubt it. But yes, Tony, you won. Congrats. That's an impressive thing. Larkin, you won number 2. And yeah, as always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll be back on Monday, apparently, unless I'm dead because it's too hot during the weekend. But yeah, I'll see you soon. Bye.